delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Friday. So much developing and so much breaking this hour. We're jam-packed today for you. So the big story everybody's talking about, Elon Musk and the Doge data team. They make all of those recommendations. Any other time in our history, in my belief, if it weren't for the biased media, the story of incredible consumer fraud, and they say they have the data to prove it, is incredible within Social Security. And so in my humble opinion, if this were any other time and you had any other administration other than with the name Trump behind it, or even Republican, past Republican administrations, I've never seen anything like this, where you could have a team of data experts, and this is their wheelhouse. This is their skill set, right? And these individuals, this is why they're famous for this within their own realm. The fact that they can say the data is here to show that we are getting ripped off, meaning our country, it's not really about politics, and that the headlines today are not that, just shows you the bias by omission. Are they reporting on it? Yeah, they are. Other headlines with Elon Musk heading to Wisconsin. My brother John, I have some relatives who live in Wisconsin, so I've been back and forth with them. But Elon,
so she's heads.
Yes, headed to Wisconsin Sunday because of that big election. That's an important state. We'll talk about that. But he's doing what he did here in Pennsylvania, as far as offering, go sign the petition. You can get $100 check sent to you, which he did here in PA, And many of you had said you got that check. But for 2 lucky individuals, they'll get $1 million each. We also have a law firm, Jennifer and Block, suing over Trump's executive order, and that becomes the second firm to do so. So one of his executive orders really cracking down on these very biased law firms. This one, a prominent law firm targeted by President Trump, and they sued just today to block his executive order that would threaten its federal contracts and the security clearances of those employees. Because remember, he's saying they're politicized and we want to yank these. Why would we give them our business in the federal government? So that's a big headline this morning that we're talking about, other than Elon Musk, other Trump news. So we'll get to all of it this morning. I do want to get to some of the audio for sure. Some of the headlines that I love to bring to you as CNBC. Trump's new auto tariffs will likely drive up car prices by thousands of dollars. So here's a channel that these tariffs, they're talking about next week on April 2nd. They don't know the answer. They certainly aren't really talking about what happened with Hyundai's announcement, but will likely drive up car prices by thousands of dollars. Or okay, so what's the percentage? Will they or won't they? And what changes before the second? And so that in and of itself, a very biased headline. I'm just saying, why not say they could or maybe not? New York Times, Trump's tariffs leave automakers with tough, expensive choices. Another headline. The Guardian, Donald Trump moves to end union rights for many in at least one government agency. So these are the headlines. And in these major publications, are they covering the story about Doge finding those numbers? Da-da-da-da. They're covering it. It's buried somewhere in there. Let's just say that. So let's get to some of the audio if we can. And I think this story with what the data, I call them the data Doge team, because these are the guys who are looking at the data, right? And I had reported to you earlier a lot of Philadelphia news. We'll get into all of it. And the Thailand, Myanmar earthquake, 7.7 on the Richter scale.
Oh,
Eesh.
wow.
Horrible.
That's terrible.
The video of that one building of, high rise just collapsing into dust. It's horrible, and it's already turned deadly. So let's just go through this. Yep. This is Elon Musk, if we can, Dan. Let's get to cut 14, where Elon Musk talks about what he feels he can do as a special employee. He only has a total of 130 days. He's on a Doge deadline. Here's Elon.
You technically are a special government employee, and you're supposed to be 130 days. Are you going to continue past that, or do you think that's what you're going to do? Or?
Well, I think we will have accomplished most of the work required to reduce the deficit by $1 trillion within that time frame.
So in that time frame, 130
yes.
days. And the process is a report at some point, at 100 days? Or?
Not really a report. We are cutting the waste and fraud in real time. So every day that passes, our goal is to reduce the waste and fraud by $4 billion a day, every day, 7 days a week. And so far, we are succeeding.
So far, we are succeeding. It's incredible when you think about the numbers here and what they are discovering. So let's get into it a little bit as we go to clip 15, what he just exposed with the federal government, and then just how basically it sounds like for a thief, you don't even have to be great at your job as a consumer thief, let's say, or a hacker or a highly skilled thief. That's not what they're talking about. It sounds like essentially our tax dollars, well, it's like stealing candy from a baby. Here's
For
Elon.
you, what's the most astonishing thing you've found out in this process?
The sheer amount of waste and fraud in the government. It is astonishing. It's mind-blowing. We routinely encounter wastes of $1 billion or more, casually. For example, like the simple survey that was literally 10-question survey that you could do with SurveyMonkey, cost you about $10,000. Was the government was being charged almost $1 billion for that.
For just the survey?
$1 billion for a simple online survey.
What?
Do you like the national park? And then there appeared to be no feedback loop for what would be done with that survey. So the survey would just go into nothing. It was like insane.
So the bottom line here is, and here's the piece of it, that on one hand, what we're hearing and the description here, and they're going to be releasing all of the stats and all of these reports so that we can go over it and study it. But I see two things. Number one, we see just fraudsters, whoever they are. Maybe they're in this country, maybe they're not. That's another question that I would have loved, to hear from Brett Baer, for example. Are these individuals who are on American soil? Are they applying for this? Are they Americans? Are they foreigners? Who's doing this? Who is the suspect? And maybe Elon Musk necessarily doesn't have that kind of data, and that's something for DOJ and others to investigate. But for me personally, you have the fraudsters, right? The scammers who are somehow getting into the system, who are posing as Americans, who are senior citizens who they're posing as people who've worked for this money, and they're stealing our money, stealing our senior citizens' money, people who've worked their whole lives paying into the system, and then they're part of what could collapse the system, if you will, because you're talking about so much money. So there's that going on. But then on the other side of it, what you are hearing when you look at what the data that they're finding, this is the money laundering operation that we've talked about on so many levels, that allegedly the people who are, let's say, getting the government contract or who do the study, these are patronage situations. And so what they're going to find is, I know that we want to talk about the past administration, but I suspect that because this has been going on for decades, we're going to find people on both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, and this really goes to the heart of the swamp. What they're doing is they're drying out the swamp, and that requires something very painful for those partisans on the right and the left. And that's why everybody was united against Trump from day one. We saw it in the past. We see it now. And so just think about that as you go through the day. This is not just about, the previous administration or the Democrats, because the Democrats are in a weakened state right now, right? Their party is in disarray. But there's also a piece of this that you have the swampsters who are partisans of past Republican administrations. And so Trump is an enemy to all of them. Whether they're from the past of the Republican, the Democrats, he's reinventing, if you will, a new day in America, putting America first. He's not putting Republicans first. He's putting America first. And that's why we all love him. That's why so many of you were Democrats, and now you voted Trump. So you're Trumpocrats. And I'm a Trumpaholic. So we're all together now. I'm just teasing a little bit there, but in a very serious way, this is a president who I think has convinced people, no matter what your background, your ethnicity, your union or non-union membership, no matter where you live, he's saying, no, America first, taxpayer first, the employees first, right? He's not saying Republican partisan stuff first. And I think that's the biggest mistake with Democrats, if you will, is they put party first. They put their party over our safety and security. That's why they allowed all of these individuals. They didn't even bother to vet the individuals. They didn't say, hey, we're only allowing people, who are good family people coming into this country. They could have done that, but they didn't care. They just opened up the gates and said, come on in, whether you're a rapist, you escaped from a high security prison in wherever country you were, you're a killer, you're a rapist, come on in, because it was more important to just flood the country with blue voters. And it backfired because we're all smarter than that. We weren't going to get played. Let's do a little bit more if we could. So he talks about, I want to get to Musk talking about, let's go to this. This is the Airbnb co-founder, and he talks about why this is so flagrant and why it's obnoxious, why we should all care. This is clip 19.
Outrageous things, one outrageous thing after another.
Joe Gabbia, besides Elon, you're one of several billionaires here, co-founder of Airbnb, and you wanted to help out.
I bumped into Anthony and Elon probably back in February, and they told me something about a mine that was dealt with retirement, and they said they needed somebody to help out to fix retirement.
Can I just pause it? Can you make a comment about his mic skills there, Dawn? How are you doing today?
I don't. Wait, let's just hear him.
Why are we holding it so close to our mouth this morning, Dawn?
He has a great voice. Joe Gebbia.
Sorry.
Joe Gebbia.
Back to the business.
B&B, and you wanted to help out.
I bumped into Anthony and Elon probably back in February, and they told me something about a mine that was dealt with retirement, and they said they needed somebody to help out to fix retirement in the government.
This is the Pennsylvania mine, remember?
I loved the challenge, so I jumped on board, and it turns out there is actually a mine in Pennsylvania that houses every paper document for the retirement process in the government. Now picture this. This giant cave has 22,000 filing cabinets, stacked 10 high to house 400 million pieces of paper. It's a process that started in the 1950s and largely hasn't changed in the last 70 years. And so as he dug into it, we found retirement cases that had so much paper, they had to fit it on a shipping pallet. So the process takes many months, and we're going to make it just many days.
Will it be digitized?
So, this is fascinating to me, and it gets back to that. I really do want to go to that Pennsylvania mine. I do.
It'd be fascinating, right?
We could do
take a trip.
Dan and Dawn. We'll have
you can wear one of those
road
hats
trip,
with the lights and
go down. And and some people have pushed back and said, "Oh, they make it sound like this is a cave and so and so." Well, it is pretty cool, this mine, and the fact that they have all of the documents down there. That's fine. But the fact that it's not digitized and that it's an antiquated system in this day and age, it's not acceptable. And once again, I would love for somebody somewhere to ask former President Barack Obama more about this, because he wanted to upgrade this. He did look at this back in the day. And the weird piece of this, it just shows you how the Democrats are their own worst enemy. If you think about Obama, let's say that you like Barack Obama. Let's say you're a Democrat just for a second, right? I know most of you are not, but I know that I draw a lot of bipartisans and a lot of independents, right? So let's just say you voted for Barack at least once and you were a fan of his. Think about how much he was betrayed, in my humble opinion, by his own party. Remember that he had both the House and the Senate in his first 2 years. They fought him but this was Pelosi, and they fought him tooth and nail in everything he wanted to do. So think about that. He wanted to do Doge. He was a newbie, right? And he went after all of this, and they were saying, "Oh no, Barack, this is what you're going to do. You're not going to go after that." They fought him every step of the way. So in this case, we're learning more about this old limestone mine in Pennsylvania, and you can tell that the Doge team thinks this is not acceptable. I know. Thank you.
Do you want to go inside the mine, Dawn?
Let's go inside the mine.
It supports many of our high-security customers, such as banks, financial institutions, healthcare organizations, and the federal government. If you are a high-compliance or high-security need organization, this is the place to be.
Iron Mountain.
The Western Pennsylvania facility is a city underground. It has many of the same things that a city would have. It has fire and rescue teams and a store. It has enough fuel storage to last 72 hours without having to refuel. As we go further and further into the labyrinth, which is the facility, we reach the data center portion. There are more than 6 different challenge points
fenced in
before we hit the data center. These challenge points and these extra gates help with security and compliance.
For our listeners, which this is fantastic for as it is, but the visual is even better. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the notifications, and get those right to your phone. There's more to this, Dawn, too.
Dan, I know that they're looking at the limestone mine and they're going, "Where's the Pam Bondi boots?" we're teasing you. It's called a tease. She's looking good in her boots, people. But in any event, we'll get to that. It's by the way, you know where the mine is? You know where Iron Mountain is?
Where's that?
Epicenter of the universe, Butler County.
Oh,
right?
Wow.
Isn't that? It's kind of weird. Everything all roads lead back to Butler County. It's like Hotel California, right? I do want to go. I really do. I'm not even kidding you. One of my goals this summer is I'm going to bring Michael and David, and I'm serious. We're going to do a whole report. We're going to try to get in there, do the report, ask them right there about Doge. I'm serious. This is one of my goals. I want to do this and bring this to you. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We go underground.
I don't know if we can do that. Do we have the...
Sure. I'll put in a
we're
request.
We're going to be underground. Like, how do you connect
Well, I
when
wouldn't
you're
be
like
live.
that?
I'll have to get one of my cameras.
Okay,
I'll get one.
gotcha.
I'll get one. We'll have to have a crew.
You can't connect via satellite, right? No.
Well, you probably... Oh, Starlink.
I don't think you could do that when you're in a mine, though. You're
in the
underground.
cave.
Yeah.
We'll do it on tape, though, then. We'll do it on tape.
How about we leave that to
How
the
about that?
engineers? And we'll just,
yeah. Well, I'm
That's
not there.
Tom's job, yeah.
So do you want to do Pam Bondi? I know, they're all going, we want Pam... I'm getting DMs from relatives. You
We
know
gotta
what I
pay
mean?
commercials, but we do also have Pam Bondi ready
Where are
to go.
Pam Bondi's boots? Do
We're
we have
still
to
showing
do a
video of
commercial
the
first?
Iron Mountain
Oh, we're
on
still
YouTube.
showing.
Yeah.
It's quite amazing, and it's a secure facility. But have that as your backup. That you have a paper backup. That's a good thing. I know. Have that as a backup, but everything should be digitized. Everything. But see, this is the weird piece of this. It would appear that the swamp. See, they don't want us to be able to track everything. They don't want us to be able to track every person who's ever been privy to some of these biggity big contracts. Because, Dan, like if, you're in government, you go, oh, my good old friend Dan Borowski, you did that political favor for me. Dan, you want to do a little survey? Which, by the way, like Rasmussen or anybody can do a survey for someone. How about $1 billion? You want to become a billionaire?
Yeah, right. It's the only time I'll say yes to one of those
right?
things.
Yes. Sign me up. Who wouldn't? But the problem is we pay. It's terrible. And at some point we have to write into the law that anybody who's part of this, they need to go to jail. It's basically like white collar fraud. That's what's happening. If you were in the corporate world, you'd be in jail. 855-839-1210. It's Friday. And we got the boots. I want some of these boots. I'm going to buy the Bondi boots. I'm going to wear them in the Iron Mountain story. How about that?
Walk all over
you. These boots were made. Nancy Sinatra.
Are you ready, Boots?
Are you ready, Boots?
Start walking.
You're right back.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months, or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I see outlaws and laws, crooks and straights, all out making it shake, doing the boot scoot boogie.
Yeah, we're doing the Pam Bondi crime fighting. And she can, think about Pam Bondi. She's an attorney. She's cracking down on crime in America, but she's rocking those thigh-high boots.
Or is she?
Or is she?
Yeah.
She sure looks like she is to me. So this was the breaking news that we covered in all seriousness yesterday. All morning, we were covering it from, I think the story broke, 8:30ish maybe on Kale & Co. Continue to cover it throughout the day as we saw that ICE raid. No, it wasn't just an ICE raid. First of all, and that is an improper term, as we learned from our local ICE officials. So real quick here, yesterday you had multiple levels of law enforcement. This was a very targeted situation, a takedown of one of, as identified by law enforcement, one of the most dangerous, vile crime gang leaders in the nation here on the East Coast, and they arrest this guy. And then they held a news conference, and we learned more about this guy than, in fact, and I do want to, nobody has gotten into this, so I do want to get into this on the other side before. I know you want to get, I know, I'm getting, literally, I have family members going, Dawn, enough with the serious news of, of bringing kids here illegally and then as like slaves and then basically grooming them for a life of crime in America. Like, Dawn, we don't want to hear about that. We want to see Pam's thighs. So, okay. But I just wanted to clarify, it was not an ICE raid. It was federal, state, local, all these law enforcement gathering. And so you see everybody real quick. You see everybody in the scene, all these law enforcement, men and women, and they're dressed mostly in dark clothing, hats, representing their organization, the slacks, the whole uniform, right? And then, boom, she's the lady in white, much like the hero in white, if you will, the white horse riding in on her, not a white horse, a white jacket, but thigh-high boots.
I can zoom in on this. You want to zoom in a little bit and see?
So we're showing the picture.
Well,
and it's...
I have also, more serious, though. I have Pam speaking about the MS-13. Should we go the more serious route, or you want to... Because I'm in the belief that this is not thigh-high. This is part of her outfit. Do you think it's actually her? Do you think it's her legs?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Right,
what do you think? It's a striped skirt? What are you thinking?
Yeah. Hold on. There's this image.
Thigh-high boots.
So this is, I guess someone was able to pan down a little bit or maybe draw it out. That would be the angle. You see how it kind of blouses out like that?
So if you look now, this is what somebody is drawing this out and saying, now go back to the original.
Mm-hmm. There's the original.
No.
I really think I think it's part of her. I think it's her skirt. I think it's a black stripe at the top of her butt. Then mid-butt, you got the tan stripe, and then the lower
The
half
problem is the
black.
shadow between her legs from her. See, there's too much of it. No, they've.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. Because that
What
looks,
do you guys
looks a
think?
little bit altered because I don't see the
looks
bottom
altered.
part there to that picture, right? So I don't know where that came from.
I see
so
the
I'm going
top
to take
of the
this
boots.
one.
I'm seeing the top of the boots.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT
What do you
to
guys
see what we're
think?
talking about. And yeah, some comments too. We'll get here in a second. But let's go here. All right, we're zooming in. You know, that looks like a skirt to me. Does you see how it flows here? Right in the center? I can't show you with my mouse. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it looks like thigh-high boots.
Point
to me.
aside, though, like why, and as much as I appreciate the entertainment factor of this, I think this is proof to oftentimes the conversation that you have about the double standard of women dressing. And, you know, we were talking about Caroline Leavitt recently on TV and how conservative she dresses. And this is kind of the opposite. And you were saying, well, this is what happens when you move to the opposite, right?
Yeah. Also, Caroline Leavitt's leather or pleather pants that she wore here in Philadelphia last Saturday, that would have been a perfect Pam Bondi look. That would be, the leather pants would have been a good fit.
Yeah, you like the leather pants?
But these are, look, you know, on social media they said Pam Bondi, lights, camera, action, Attorney General, Vogue magazine. You know, people were commenting in complimentary ways, but also, and then somebody who's obviously they're, you know, this is a sort of a woke anti-Trump person. She writes, because everyone wears a mini skirt and knee-high boots on an ice rig. I'm a lot of fun.
That's ridiculous.
And I feel like responding going, excuse me, they weren't knee-high boots, they were thigh-high.
Yeah, can we just play a little bit of Pam Bondi to prove that she's more than just a conversation about knee-high boots?
Yes.
Take a listen.
America is safer today because of one of the top domestic terrorists in MS-13. He is off the streets. This has been an ongoing directive of President Trump. His directive to me when I became Attorney General of the United States was very simple. Keep America safe. Make America safe again. And that's what these men and women have been doing tirelessly every single day since Donald Trump took office. We want to make our streets safer. We want to make our schools safer. We want to make your neighborhood safer. This guy was living in a neighborhood right around you. No longer, thanks to the great men and women of law enforcement.
And a great statement, right? Because this was a targeted arrest, and this was a huge coup for law enforcement because these gang members, and this is an illegal individual, obviously, that she talked about. And we know, you know, but from our Attorney General, whether or not you think she rocked the boots, I'm getting more pictures in, and we'll have fun with it. But there's a serious side to it, obviously. So we'll get to all of it. Can we talk about a little magic? You need a little magic in your life. Do you need a little magic in your kitchen? Family-owned Kitchen Magic, making dream kitchens come to life for more than 45 years now, and they have endless options, the colors, the styles, and the expert guidance that you get with Kitchen Magic. They have really brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life, with all new cabinetry. So you can get all new cabinetry, but you can also do a choice for refacing. Also the countertops, the storage solutions. So they're going to work with you because maybe you say, you know, I love my cabinets, but they're wood and I really would love a white kitchen. You know what I'm saying? So you can think about new versus refacing, and they're going to work with you and customize it to whatever you wish for, whatever you picture. And right now, enjoy 40% off installation. This is unheard of. 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com. Schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, yes, where magic happens every day. kitchenmagic.com. Do this. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com DeborahHeartLung.com and step up to the 5th C.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
What's better than saving? Save with certainty when you open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.75% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I mean, you have been called a Nazi, a white supremacist, a fascist.
I mean, they've got the sort of their
just to
normal
name
playbook.
a few. Yeah.
I mean, they've still got it. They haven't. I guess they still need to call me Stalin, Mussolini, whatever, Genghis Khan or whatever. I mean, they've called the president all these things. I think at one point there was a magazine cover which said President Trump was worse than Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin combined. The president hasn't killed anyone. He hasn't started any wars. In fact, he's good at stopping wars. So this is obviously just, they're pushing these lies. And why do they push these lies? And I think that we need to hold people responsible for pushing these lies, because those lies almost got the president killed.
That is Elon Musk speaking about this. The threats against this administration. I have reported to you that the FBI has launched that task force targeting the anti-Tesla, if you will, domestic terrorism. That has been a story in the headlines for 48 hours. And then we also had a suspect arrested in the Molotov cocktail attack on that Vegas Tesla dealership. Remember that one, the fiery scene that had the all the hallmarks of terrorism. I mean, literally just, a Vegas car dealership, and you look at all of these vehicles and they're throwing Molotov cocktails at them, incendiary devices, huge balls of flames shooting into the air, glass shattering, explosive type sounds because of that. And, many just speaking out about this going, oh my goodness, imagine if somebody lived there or was driving nearby and could, be affected by the shattered glass shooting, many feet away or et cetera. It's a danger not only to anybody near the dealership or in the dealership and all the damage to the business, but as well, any human being or animal. I thought we cared about creatures, all living creatures. Certainly this is a threat. So as we think about what's going on and the fact that the media does not cover this as much as I think they should, recently and just days ago, I covered Cherry Hill Police looking for this guy in a red SUV in South Jersey, intimidating at least 3 Tesla owners on the road, who the guy in the red SUV, if he sees them, slams on his brake, does a quick U-ey, nearly causing accidents, intimidating them on the road. It's crazy. That brings us to Eric Simkin, New Jersey Project, is here to talk to us about what's happening, because we have all of these protests we're hearing about at local Tesla dealerships, where these protesters are planning to show up and they're anti-Elon Musk, I guess. So now I guess they're anti-Tesla. And so now the other side is coming saying, well, we want to show our support for a local business, I guess, or Elon Musk, however you want to look at it. But Eric Simkin, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Dawn, and it's an honor and a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Thank you so much for providing a platform for conservative voices to speak out against the radical left. And it's a shame because these are inanimate objects, Teslas, right? I mean, and unfortunately, it appears that most of the protesters that are protesting Elon, Doge, and Tesla, they probably are, maybe are not working, can't possibly afford a Tesla, but they don't know that there's a Sentinel system in there that basically sees all around the vehicle. You really don't need to even watch while you're driving. They have autopilot, right?
Yeah, thank God.
But it's a shame, and so
it is a shame.
I am one of the founding members of the New Jersey Project. We've been fighting all the sexualization and radicalization in our schools for years. But I also happen to be the Voorhees Township Republican Committee chairman, and I'm very active on the Camden County Republican Committee. And when I was talking to our chairwoman, Kimberly Stewart, she said we need to show up. And when I started posting on Facebook that we are going to show up this Saturday at the Tesla dealership, we're going to start flying flags at 12 p.m. sharp noon. That's at 1605 Route 70 West in Cherry Hill, right at the Tesla dealership. I do feel that Cherry Hill Police and local law enforcement's doing a phenomenal job keeping and maintaining the peace, so we don't expect there to be any kind of incidents. I'm a family person, just a dad trying to provide the best place to live. The people in these communities that live in the surrounding area of this Tesla dealership are horrified. When I put this post out that we're going to come, they said, we've been waiting for the Republicans to come. Well, guess what, folks? The Republicans are coming, and we are peaceful-minded people that care about families, the betterment of our country. I mean, look what Elon's been doing, nothing but saving money. That interview with Brett Baer last night was phenomenal.
Wasn't it awesome?
Some of the best minds in the country. I learned so much just from watching that. And actually, I was talking to our chairwoman at the Republican Committee, the GOP, and we agreed that we could probably flip some of these people to Republican voters if we just had the opportunity to speak to them in different manners that they're watching on their mainstream or their off-stream information gathering sources, because it just couldn't be more opposite. It's like we're in opposite land every day. Yep. And we just can't allow infiltrators to come in. They're busing them in from Philadelphia 30th Street Station. They're a highly organized group, but you know what? You don't have to be highly organized to show up with an American flag, a patriotic sign, says we heart Elon, we heart Tesla, we heart Doge. That they're fighting. They're anti-American when they're doing this, and I just don't think they realize it's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, and I wonder, too, Eric, because I remember even when Moms for Liberty, when they had their first get-together and convention right here in Philadelphia, my friend Kathy Barnett, who will be along in the 11 o'clock hour, actually delivered the invocation, the prayer for that first ever Moms for Liberty session and the conference there. And there were people protesting. I later found out, and I even had friends and family members who were in the vicinity or were going to it, And there were people from some kind of a communist party and all these different really far left groups giving out $50 gift cards, paying people, even homeless people, etc., or just random people, like, hey, will you come over and just join this? And all you have to do is hold this sign. We'll give you this nice sign that we had made up from our group. And they seem to have a ton of money, giving out $50 gift cards to people to make it look like this big protest. I wonder if you know what I mean? If you think that you're saying they're bringing them from Philly, is that kind of what's going on here?
I don't think I know. Yeah, there's websites out there. Democrat Socialists of America is who you're referring to. They're fascist, and they do organize and they use other subgroups. These are basically the same type of protesters that come to pro-Hamas, terrorist supporting type of events, and they classify them as come to our event, our bus tour. Things of that nature. And I think the going rate for these types of protests is like $200 if you attend and like up to $500 if you actually video something. It's really unbelievable. I mean, we do this for free because we care about our communities, our country. God, family, and country are the traditional conservative values of the American family, and that's what we're here to preserve and protect, so that we're not intimidated, by a small group of rabid people that are just, spreading hate. I mean, it used to be that everyone said the Democrat Party was this, party of love. They're lost. That love and kindness has left the Democrat Party, and the Democrat Party has lost most of their members, and I think they're actually going to end up having to change the name of the Democrat Party. But that's just a category and a label. Without labeling it like that, it's good versus bad. It's right versus wrong. It's good versus evil. It's God versus Satan. And I'm certainly not here to Bible thump or ever proselytize. But if you believe in God, and if you believe that God created the heavens and the earth, the first line of Genesis, then all of our rules of law fall with and are predicated upon that. So I just don't have an understanding of how people that are of any sort of religion are even able to bring themselves to go out and be so intimidating to their fellow man.
Yeah, and to fellow women, business. Just to remind, all of our very loyal listeners and viewers on YouTube right now here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, here with Eric Simkin. I will say that your name will sound familiar. I covered you. I will say was it 2 years ago, and you were taking to the school board level, Eric, all of the sexualization of children, the failure to disclose information about sex ed, and really trying to indoctrinate kids or sneak different curriculum in without parents' knowledge, and you've really fought for parental rights.
Yes, that's Policy 5756 in New Jersey, which is used as a tool under the guise of the law against discrimination from 2014. And they actually teach children to keep secrets from their parents about their gender, about their sexuality and such. And just imagine being a parent and you didn't know that your child was experiencing a mental health issue, crisis, or whatever you may call it, and the school doesn't notify you. How do other kids even come over to your house and share in that lying to the parents? And so then these children are basically left, alone, and their only safe, quote unquote, safe space ends up to be a school with strangers and educators who are not responsible for the well-being of that child beyond that school day. It's unbelievable, and really, teaching a child to keep secrets from their parents is one of the tenets of sexual abuse. And it's just been glaringly obvious. And I took a lot of heat for my activism to promote and advocacy for parents' rights. But at the end of the day, it was certainly not as popular then as it is today. And parents are awake. And that's why, we need to elect a governor this year that's going to promote universal school choice, end of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. Yes. Personally, I'm fully behind Bill Spady for governor. I know that there's contention there with other candidates, but we have to make conscious decisions, and we have to vote these people out that are running our state. It's really a pathetic state of affairs there too, and it's dangerous for families. I know many families that have very sad stories, some of which have even lost their children due to the depression that comes along after the fact when the school's not involved. and they helped to keep the secrets from the parents. It's completely unacceptable. There's a law on the books through the Constitution, the PRPA, the Pupil and Parents' Rights Act, and it's a total violation of longstanding rules where the parents have the sole right to direct the upbringing of their child. And public schools are one size fit all, so anything that's controversial as such needs to be left out of the curriculum in the school day.
100%.
Very simple.
I completely agree. And I know you like Spadia. I'm glad that he's off of the radio because I was shocked that they allowed him for as long as they did to remain on. For most of us, that's a no-no, but he's
understood.
Understood. And that's on the radio station. That's more that. But Jack Chittarelli. There are many. To me, I think Mikey Sherrill is. I will just say that if AI could create a gubernatorial candidate, I think Mikey Sherrill will be very tough to beat. I'm just saying. And so the Republicans need to get it together and join forces because it's more important to preserve parental rights and making New Jersey great again and fighting against what we've seen in the past. I'm just saying. And I know that's easy for me to say. But I will just put that to you that if this becomes divisive, we saw this in Pennsylvania with a really and by the way, Kathy Barnett is probably listening in. She was part of that. It wasn't for the governor necessarily. It was for a lawmaker congressional jobs. But I will tell you that the Democrats, Eric, they always get it together on something like this. Republicans need to follow suit. Get together behind one candidate. Early on, fundraise, go behind that one person, and that way they will win, and that means parental rights win, right? Thanks, Dan. Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, had a TikTok video of this huge Tesla. It was labeled Tesla protest. Eric, he was streaming it. So what are we seeing there? Is that against, for? What is that? I don't have a reference.
That was against. That was last weekend where they were busloads of people were being carted in 30th Street Station.
Upside down American flags, yeah.
Yeah, some of them were upside down, if you notice, so that's the distress call. So they're using the American flag as being there as a pro-American thing, but when they're flipped upside down, that means that they're in duress. And believe me, I've flown a flag that's upside down several times at my own home. When things were happening in our federal government that I just, felt that it was a real infringement of our rights. I'm just that guy that carries around the pocket constitution. So if ever I'm not sure what my rights are or if something's being violated, guess what? I go look it up and chances are I'm on the right side of things. But to agree to your point, unity is very important. And as President Donald J. Trump would say, that success brings unity. And we need to start having success on a political landscape. Otherwise, it's going to continue to be and even get worse as a liberal hellhole, and we can't allow that to happen. We need to be the party of reason, the party of peace, the party of prosperity, and the party of God, family, and country, like I said, which are the foundations of the traditional American family.
Eric Simkin, New Jersey Project, great job this weekend promoting peace, prosperity, and you'll be out there at the Tesla dealership. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless America.
Oh, God bless America. God bless you, Eric Simkin. Great dad. And I know that my friend Sarah Weiss had said there's another one. We can't nail it down, however, and that's at a Pennsylvania Tesla dealership, at least one in Warrington.
Mm-hmm. So Dom Show's been talking often about that one, Dawn. It's the Tesla Doge Support Rally, Saturday, March 29th, Tesla 700 York Road, Warminster, PA, flags waving 12 to 2. If you happen to be involved with that, please reach out. Send an email over to domshow@aol.com, clips for Dom, and we'll fit you in before the end of the Dom Show today. But just again, as you've been stressing, and I want to stress as well,
Sarah actually,
peaceful, be peaceful.
Be peaceful. Sarah Weiss actually told us about it on Kale and Company.
Oh yeah,
Monday morning. So thank you, Sarah. We always need your feedback, just like Dan is saying.
All
right, we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hard-working Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Spring into savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event. 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off 1 item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more. Refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion. Out with the old, in with the extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, where your next treasure is waiting.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I grew up in Lebanon and I hated the Jews. I was told that the Jews are evil, that they hate everybody and they would do anything to achieve their goals.
Disemboweled humans and raped women paraded around the streets while thousands cheer. Nothing has prepared any of us for this.
I'd never imagined seeing what we've witnessed after October 7th.
This was the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust.
We must normalize massacres as the status quo.
There are people openly celebrating mass murder.
History is made that day. Very proud of my people. Very, very proud.
They are not cheering for the liberation of the Palestinian people in Gaza. They are screaming, "Gas the Jews."
When we think about October 7th, so many days, so much horror, the hostages, at least 24 still believed alive, who were taken that fateful day, October 7th. But what led up to it? And thinking about the hatred, this is an incredible, inspiring post-7 film that wants to rethink this hatred's roots, the anti-Semitism's roots, and turning that hatred, they say, into strength for Jewish identity and Western values, and in many ways trying to inspire and bring us all together in a way of understanding the root cause, if you will, of why is this hatred existing. So it's called Tragic Awakening. That's the film, and coming locally to Philadelphia at the Weitzman, April 6th. So we want to bring in somebody who's behind all of this, a dear friend, Kathy Burnett, who you know Kathy Burnett as a host here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And Kathy had reached out to Dan Borowski, to me, and said, you've got to talk about this. You've got to know about this. And as well, that brings us to Irma Freilich, who is the biggest supporter, local promoter, and sponsor of this film and bringing this film to the Weitzman locally, not far from where I'm broadcasting from at Odyssey World Headquarters. Hey, Dawn Stensland with you this morning. Want to welcome in Irma Freilich as well as our own Kathy Barnett. Good morning.
Good morning.
So let's talk about it. And, you know, as far as this film, and as I understand it, you'll have a talk back opportunity. So can you take us through, you know, what this is all about, why it's important for people to attend and support this film, Tragic Awakening?
Absolutely. Irma, why don't you start us off?
Okay, so I'm bringing this film into Philadelphia to just never forget. It's been almost 2 years, year and a half, of a war that was started on October 7th, an assault on Israelis and Jews in the land of Israel. And it stems from anti-Semitism that has been going on for thousands and thousands of years, and every once in a while it just flares up. And October 7th was the flare-up. And we're at a time where we need to bring this film to Philadelphia, where we have the third or fourth largest population of Jewish people. And we have a lot of Christian people that support the land of Israel that get impacted every time there's a war in Israel. And we need to, and I thought it was important to bring the film to the area, But the most important part of the event on April 6th at the Weitzman Jewish Museum is that we're going to have the subject of the film, which her name is Rawan Osman, and she's a Syrian-Lebanese born young woman that was taught to hate the Jews and has completely turned around her narrative after getting to know us and getting to know what Israel really stands about. And that's a very important testimony that many people have never heard, a perspective from someone who was born in Syria, Lebanon, lived there, and comes from a Muslim background, although secular, but has been taught to hate the Jews. So that's the impetus for bringing the film to Philadelphia.
And it's
and
hey,
Dawn,
Kathy,
if you don't mind,
Kathy, let me just update this, because just the headline. This is a continuing developing story. So Israel at war. This is day 539, and this is in the news this morning. There's one hostage's parents wanting to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu. This is the latest breaking news out of this, that these people 539 days later, and just to bring forth the urgency of why this is such a big story, an important story, and now being brought to Philadelphia. Kathy, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and I came across this film because I was introduced to this film is based on, in part, the book of Rabbi Raphael Shore, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Jew? And I started reading that particular book as a Christian because I wanted to know, like most of us, why do people hate the Jews? Like, what is up with this hatred? Like, we saw what happened on October 7th, and most of us, or at least I did, thought like, okay, clearly people will see this as being evil, what just transpired. And, and then there would be an opportunity to have some conversation, but it wasn't. October 7th happened, and by October 8th, it was, riots on college campuses here in America. And I'm asking myself, why is there such hatred? And what started off with me reading a book about why people hate the Jews really became a book about identity, and not just a Jewish identity, but my identity, and a search for identity for me as an American, as a Black person, as a Christian, as someone who's come from a broken family situation. I started, as I was reading this book, I started not just seeing the story of the Jews, but also this universal story that doesn't just impact Jews, but it impacts all of us, and that is this quest to understand our identity. Who are we? Why are we here? What is our purpose? And I think that in this film, again, it's based in part off of this book as well. And then they're going to have an opportunity for people to let's talk about it. Let's have a discussion. And I'm very interested in that because I think a large reason why we see our children on these college campuses acting a plumb fool, a biblical definition of a fool, is because they too are looking for purpose and identity. And we need to do our part to make sure that our children are not walking out here like blank checks for anyone to write an agenda on, but that we as parents, as citizens, are giving them a meaningful purpose.
And so this will be this talk back, and tickets are available, and it's coming up not this weekend, but it is within 2 weeks, right? It's a little less than that,
Sunday,
April 6th.
Yeah, Sunday, April 6th. You can go to the Weitzman.org, WEITZMAN.org. It's a Jewish History Museum downtown Center City. Not Center City, but downtown
Independence Hall.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, Independence Hall, right there, the Jewish History Museum. You can go out there and go to the event section. Doors open at 12:30 p.m. on Sunday, and the screening starts at 1 p.m.
Great. Kathy, what else is coming up on your big show? Because you've been preempted by a lot of sports.
I have been preempted by a lot of sports. So we've been talking about this right here, actually, and I've been talking a lot with Irma as well. About what's just happening in the Middle East right now. Tensions are beyond simmering; they're brewing right now. This topic is not something that's just happening to the Jews or just happening to the Muslims. It's not just a Middle Eastern issue. Irma, do you want to talk about any of that?
Specifically, what's the question? Excuse me?
No, just the intensity, the timing of this particular film and the intensity of what's happening in the Middle East right now.
Correct. Okay, so the film is, of course, the war has been going on forever, and we need to keep the information relevant because it's a constant barrage of information sometimes does not get to the general public. That's number one. Number two, right now Israel is going through, the World Zionist Congress is going through an election. Right. And American Jews have to become aware and they've got to get involved. Out of 7 million American Jews, only 125,000 or so voted in the 2020 World Zionist Congress election. The World Zionist Congress is the representation of the diaspora Jews here in America. It's comprised also of the world, which is a smaller percentage, and of Israelis, but we're concentrated on American Jewish people voting so that we can solve some of the problems that are associated with the war. So, for example, in Judea and Samaria, which is the biblical heartland of Israel for both Jews and Christians, mind you, there is a lack of security for the people that live there, and they're living bordered by towns that support Hamas or the PLO, which have constantly berated and brought crime into the Jewish neighborhoods, which they call settlements. But if you think about it, it's Jewish neighborhoods that have been there, Jews that have been there for 3,000, 5,000 years, if you go back to the beginning of time, and they don't live safely. And the World Zionist Congress has $1 billion every year that they can allocate.
A lot of money.
And they can allocate to the safety of these neighborhoods.
Which is so
Judea
important.
And Samaria.
It's so important.
Completely. And I'm running on Slate 7, which is Israel 365 Action. And our sole purpose is to make Judea and Samaria sovereign and make Israel sovereign over its territories and control its borders. And we're looking at a one-state solution because
Irma,
two-state
I apologize, but
we've not worked.
Yeah, Irma Freilich, you're breaking up just a little bit, but we just appreciate it. Kathy Barnett, we'll hear more, obviously, on your show tomorrow, The Weitzman, April 6th. Great event. Thank you so much this morning. We're up against a tough break, and we have a lot of breaking news on the other side. But, Kathy, lots of love to you, and I'm glad that you're back. We've missed your show over the past couple of weeks. We'll take a quick break. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's engagement season. Get proposal ready at Family & Company Jewelers during their Viraggio Bridal Show, April 17th through the 19th. They're bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family & Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, only from Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay. It's Friday. It's going to be 80 degrees tomorrow. I can't wait. I'll be working in the yard a little bit.
What are you doing in the yard? Take a break. It's
No,
Saturday.
It's a great workout, by the way.
Yeah, but why?
Fantastic
But why?
workout.
Like you've had a long week.
I know, but
You're working 300 hours in a 40-hour work week.
I work for you. Okay, we're gonna get to the great Linda Kearns, as if she doesn't, make America great again, make Pennsylvania great again, great election integrity attorney. The woman works 7 days a week, but Linda Kearns has cracked the case of Pam Bondi's alleged thigh-high boots. So we have that going on. Do you want to show the picture? You want to do this now?
Oh, I got it up there now. Yeah.
You
look
do?
over there.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry. So Linda Kearns, thank you. And we were all looking for some picture this morning, but if you look at what's on YouTube, if you're listening to us on the Odyssey app or Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, what you see here is Pam Bondi at that incredible, situation where they made the arrest. The skirt, the alleged thigh-high boot, I'm sorry to disappoint Nick Cale, who was very, Greg and Nick, they were excited about the story. But guys, it's actually a long skirt that goes way, probably, in my opinion, is there any question as to this skirt? It looks like it goes way past her knee, and she is wearing boots underneath this long skirt, but it's a skirt with a stripe. In other words, it's a black skirt with kind of a tan stripe through it. And everybody just thought, because of the way the shadow hit, that she was wearing thigh-high boots.
I love that they even messed with the brightness and the contrast on that. So here's the original picture that we were looking at, and you can still kind of see the optical illusion there, right? You see it looks like she's wearing the knee-high boots and a short skirt. But yeah, when you change the contrast and brightness, and that's what you get.
Does anybody disagree? This is like the Rorschach, the Rorschach kind of a test. So what do you see? Do you see an attorney general working hard on the scene, or do you see a hot chick in thigh-high boots? It just shows, right? What do you see?
You need sunglasses to put on.
Right, we need the special optics glasses. Here's the thing,
Such a long intro.
No, I love yeah.
There it is.
Or another one would be ZZ Top. She's got legs, and she knows how to use them. Yeah, Phil Almquist. What do you think? ZZ Top? Come on, let's have a little... It's Friday.
It's getting harder to see the original now, and to imagine
know.
that a politician was wearing a skirt that
Darn
short.
Sorry. But you know what? It's good for Pam Bondi because she can say, what? You guys were saying what? I would not wear a short skirt. She kind of has a Florida twang a little bit. She's got a leg. Because she does. She's a very fit individual. We know she's a runner. She's extremely fit and very, hardworking attorney for law and order on the scene there. But in fact, her skirt was quite long, way below, many inches below her knee. By the way, do you ever... see the Catholic schoolgirls and the nuns get the ruler out because they always crank that skirt. Now, they're wearing, like, the, yoga pants underneath, but still. Everybody just wanted to think Pam Bondi was wearing thigh-high boots. She was not. I feel confident in this. You can let me know.
Well, she could still be wearing thigh-high boots that just go up under her long skirt.
Yeah, the long skirt. True story. We spent way too much time on that, but it's Friday. Phillies home opener. John Brazier was here. That was fun. They're going to have a big news conference. I think it will be after the Dom show, the way Brazier said, I believe, but I'm not sure. Could happen during the Dom show. They're going to be dropping some, newly revealed secrets about the Phillies.
Ooh.
So are there changes?
Oh.
What are you going to see? Some surprises? So it's going to be a lot of fun this afternoon as we think about our Phillies. And it could be as much high as 83 degrees tomorrow. So we're psyched for that too. Unfortunately, Monday for our home opener, it'll be 73, but there's rain rolling through. So hopefully it's, I know. 305, yeah. Hopefully that rain just is not a thing. Dissipate the rain. Pray for that. Where are we going, Dan?
Well, we got Pam Bondi a couple nights ago talking about the situation with the Tesla, if you want to tie the two together.
Let's tie the two together.
Here's what she said, Fox News, a couple nights ago. Take a listen.
She said, well, I didn't mean violence.
Talking about Jasmine Crockett
however,
specifically here.
Your words have consequences. And what happened after she said that about Elon Musk, she's a Texan in her own home state. After she said that, this morning, 3 explosive devices were found in Austin, Texas. So she needs to unequivocally denounce the violence. She must apologize immediately, not only to all Texans, but to our country, to the American shareholders of Tesla, because she is promoting violence. And then you showed the clip of what she said about Senator Cruz. I believe she probably will be censured by Congress for saying that. People don't learn. She's using her public persona, her public platform to increase her followers, to increase her significance, and she is threatening lives, safety. When she did this at Tesla, Sean, people's lives are in danger. This is America. We're in a free country, and she's yet encouraging this violence in our country. Think of all the lives that could have been jeopardized.
And she's
in
talking
Texas
about
just today.
She's talking about Congressman Crockett. But closer to home, for the past several weeks, we've been talking about this. Protesters rallying against President Trump as well as Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency. And they've been in front of the Tesla dealership on the Pennsylvania side. Earlier, I had an interview about on the New Jersey side. But on the Pennsylvania side, it's right there on Easton Road. So this weekend, supporters of Trump and Musk and of private businesses will be hitting the pavement at 700 York Road. 700 York Road. If you want to wave your American flag, just peacefully coming out, having some camaraderie, but that'll be at the Tesla and Doge support rally. That's tomorrow from noon to 2. So show up, have a little lunch, have a little patriotism. And last weekend, like we showed some of the video, as so many people are, protesting, and it's intimidating to people. So show your support if you have the time. It's going to be a beautiful day for it. So American flags waving right side up, whether it's the Tesla and Doge support rally tomorrow noon to 2, and that's on Easton Road on the Bucks County side, Or as well, we talked earlier about Cherry Hill, New Jersey, where police in South Jersey, to my knowledge, have not caught the guy in a red SUV that was intimidating at least 3 different Tesla owners at separate times over separate, time periods, sort of basically through road rage, like tracking them down and blocking their vehicles, intimidating them. These people are cowards, and it's an act of violence. It's road rage. You can't do that. So just so that everybody, I hope to God there's no violence or, anything but peaceful protests. So we've got that going on.
Love for you to respond to Senator Chris Van Hollen, who appeared on MSNBC today and alleges that Musk is buying influence to rig the federal government for the rich. Take a listen.
Musk is heading to Wisconsin this week. Speaking of courts, there's going to be a big state Supreme Court election in that state. And Musk says he will be giving out 2 checks for $1 million to people who vote in that race. What's going on here? What message does that send?
Well, it sends the same message that Elon Musk sent in the presidential election, right? He spent $280 million to help elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump handed the keys to federal agencies over to Elon Musk, and he's taking the chainsaw to those agencies. So Elon Musk has learned that he can buy access and that he can buy the kind of results that he wants to see as he works to rig the federal government to do the bidding of very rich people at the expense of everybody else.
Well, isn't it rich when, first of all, this guy was an Obama supporter, was a Democrat, and then decided that, like so many Democrats, the Democrat Party left him. That's number one. Number two, as the Doge data team yesterday, and we've played this all morning since 6 o'clock this morning. We played much more for you since 10 of the Doge data team, if you will, revealing the level of waste in our government and the level of consumer fraud and I don't think we got to that clip, so we'll maybe get to it on the other side if we have time, just how many people are receiving Social Security fraudulently. In other words, I don't know who they are, but according to the Doge team, these checks are being sent to people who are probably fraudsters and are then essentially stealing from the American people. And doesn't that steal then from those who are receiving Social Security? So this is a consumer fraud story. It's amazing to me how far these, I think, people in the swamp from the right and especially the left are going against Elon Musk. Why would you be against a crackdown on consumer fraud? See, that to me right there is highly suspicious. We'll get your thoughts on the other side. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A warmer air mass continues to build into the Delaware Valley heading into the weekend. Today, partly sunny with a high temperature back above average at 65. Becoming mostly cloudy tonight, a shower possible during the evening, low 52. Saturday, sunshine and clouds, breezy and warm with a high near 80 and cooler along the coast.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks from Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. That's keswicktheater.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
We've talked about the facts. And 6 o'clock this morning, I've been updating you on this huge earthquake. Thailand, Myanmar. We're looking at, they're saying thousands are feared dead. That's one of the headlines this morning. 7.7 earthquake. So we have that going on. In speaking about the next election, which is Wisconsin, next Tuesday. Yeah, it's on Tuesday. Elon Musk, by the way, heading to Wisconsin ahead of this closely watched state Supreme Court contest that Elon called super important. So it's being watched as, Wisconsin, one of those battleground states, and we've seen them as a swing state, if you will. And so that's why they're losing their minds on the left as Elon Musk, with his petition, which, remember, D.A. Krasner took that to court and held a news conference and then lost in court. So it was a big nothing burger.
Remember you went down and witnessed
Yeah.
a crime that same day?
Yeah.
That he was holding up traffic?
Remember that?
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. So I was looking for the elf.
Yeah.
Like Will Ferrell, like an elf costume
Yeah.
for David, because he's 6'3". It's not easy to find an elf costume.
No, it is not.
So I went down there, and the people were all shaking up, one of those pop-up like costume shops. And the women were like, oh, my God, and their hands are shaking. Just had like an armed robbery in there. It's crazy.
A
And then they
commonality
didn't have
here
a
in the city of
size.
Philadelphia.
What's that?
I said a commonality here in the city of Philadelphia
Mhm.
under Krasner. Yeah.
So, by the way, Wednesday night, Green Bay man awarded $1 million for signing the petition America PAC, funded by Musk. And so Musk is concerned about these activist judges. So they're doing the same offer. You get a possibility of, it's like a lottery with the $100 checks sent to people if you sign the petition. I don't think they've announced the other $1 million winner. They're only going to be, I think, two $1 million winners.
So you're telling me there's still a
sense?
chance, Dawn, huh?
Still a chance.
Still a chance.
I texted my brother John. I'm like, John, sign the petition. You might get $1 million.
Sad thing is that $1 million still can't buy you Packers
know.
season tickets.
For what? Season tickets for the Phils?
No, for the
What?
Packers.
Oh, Pack.
Yeah. It's like a 70-year waiting list for those things.
I know. Well, it's kind of like the Eagles, loyal.
True, yeah.
And my brother, yes, John, he's a Packers fan, so I love to bust his chops. We're the best, are we not? All right. So, by the way, that campaign is being blasted as far as the Democrats saying that Musk has no part in this, but it has been challenged in the courts, as we've talked about. And he won in court. He prevailed here in Pennsylvania and other areas of the country as well, as you know. So we got that going on.
So jumping back into it, Dawn, we were left off with Elon, and we were teasing that we were going to get into some of the gritty nature of the Social Security situation. First, I have the fraudsters, the phone fraudsters clip, and I also have the age limits. So wherever you want to go with it, Dawn.
Let's go to the age limits.
All right, take a listen.
Millions of retirees and disabled veterans from logging into their online accounts. Freaked people out. Is that going to change?
Yes, we're going to make sure that the website stays online.
Yeah. I mean, but is it a
Pretty
result
simple.
of going in there
No.
or something you're doing?
No. The amount of issues that were the Social Security system are enormous. As an example, there are over 15 million people that are over the age of 120 that are marked as alive in the Social Security system.
And that's an accurate figure.
Yes. Correct.
15 million.
Correct. This has been something that's been identified as a problem, again, pre-existing problems since 2008 at least, from an IG report. So there were some great people working at the Social Security Administration that found this, 2008, and nothing was done. And so 15 to 20 million Social Security numbers that were clearly fraudulent were floating around that can be used only for bad intentions. There'd be no way to use those for good intentions. And so one of the things the Doge team is doing is carefully and very methodically looking at those and making sure that any fraudulent ones are eliminated.
So I know that people have pushed back on this and have said it's more of a technical issue that's not real, but you hear him doubling down again. So, Dan, I know you have a protester who's speaking about this, but they actually spoke before last night's interview came out, correct?
Yeah, so this is live from White Plains, New York, and it's a hands-off Social Security protest. You're going to hear from President of the New York State ARA, Barry Kaufman here. I don't really know what that is. I'll find more information. But he makes a claim here that is concerning, I would say. But I don't know the truth behind it. Take a listen.
As an example, Doge claims to have found Social Security loans going to 11-year-olds and under. Not. SBA is not a loan. It's a survivor benefit annuity to young children whose parents have passed. That's the problem with IT programmers and billionaires without a clue doing a job they don't understand.
That's right.
You can't find what you don't know.
And that's the president of the New York State Alliance for Retired Americans, Dawn.
Yeah, and so they're all talking about different things. That's a piece of it. So he's talking about programs designed for, and I actually know somebody who benefited from that, with parents being killed, and they end up, being supported so they can live as young children. But that's not what they were talking about last night when they were referring to people. The allegation here, there are a couple things. One is that since 2008, they have found all of these people, it's pretty obvious, who can't be at this point 150 years old. So who is getting that check? And that's why Brett Baer said, and you can prove this. So they're tracking what they claim real checks going out. So either there's a wrongful birth date and there's a technical issue going on here, or somebody or some group is continuing to gain checks from related to a number of someone who died a long time ago. So that's the kind of thing that they're talking about apples and oranges. They're talking about different programs.
There's a little bit about that yesterday, Dawn, from Elon.
We learned 40% of the phone calls that they get are from fraudsters.
40%?
That's right. Almost half.
Yes, and they steal people's Social Security is what happens. Is they call in, they say, they claim to be a retiree, then they convince the Social Security person on the phone to change where the money's flowing. It actually goes to some fraudster. This is happening all day, every day, and then somebody doesn't receive their Social Security. It's because of all the fraud loopholes in the Social Security system.
How do you reassure people that what you all are doing is not going to affect their benefits?
No, in fact, what we're doing will help their benefits. Legitimate people, as a result of the work of Doge, will receive more Social Security, not less. I want to emphasize that. As a result of the work of Doge, legitimate recipients of Social Security will receive more money, not less money.
All right.
I want to emphasize that point and let the record show that I said this, and it will be proven out to be true.
And so the question is, I'm just going to ask you this. Would all these individuals, and he says, let the record show, they know that they're on a national top-rated newscast, right, for 2 days, because I think it comes back tonight. Are these individuals really going to come out there and say this when they're not 100% confident that the data will prove this and shows this? let me ask you this. Do you see the story? I've been monitoring CNN since, I don't know, maybe 5 this morning or earlier. I'm monitoring MSNBC, CNN since the wee hours of the morning. They're not focusing on this. So you know what that tells me? Nothing to see here. They don't want to, they're not refuting it. They're not doing that story. There's a reason for that. Because nobody thinks that all these individuals, and many of whom come from the private sector and want to move on. These are not people who have ever relied on the government or want to play the government so they can get more money. They didn't get rich off the government. And these individuals are saying that they're data people and they have the data to back everything they're saying, that there is a huge consumer scam that has been going on. And we don't know who that is. And I have to wonder, too, for people working for the Social Security Administration, if I work for the Social Security Administration, I probably appreciate the fact that they are honoring the work of people who take these calls, who catch the fraudsters. That's the story. How come we don't see that on all the networks, the cable stations? Nobody's talking about it. And those crickets are critical to understand bias by omission. It's an American fraud story, probably one of the biggest fraud ripoffs we've ever seen in the history of our country. Why isn't the mainstream media focusing on this? 855-839-1210.
Want a counterpoint?
Sure.
Chris Van Hollen again. Seems like he's the star of the day.
Okay.
We played another clip of him. I forget what it is already. But talking Social Security, Dawn, take a listen.
And Elon Musk, we have news for him. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It's a promise. It's a promise the American people have made, and someone needs to remind the President of the United States about that. Well, first they shut down the phone lines. There are a lot of Americans, millions of Americans, who depend on using the phone to connect with the Social Security Administration for questions. Well, they say they don't have to use the phones. They can go to the regional offices now. Well, they're closing the regional offices all over the country, 47 slated for closure by my count. Okay, so now you go to the regional offices. Well, who's going to be at the regional offices? Because they're talking about cutting 7,000 Social Security employees, 47% of the workforce. As I said, it's already at a 50-year low, the Social Security Administration workforce. So that's what they're doing. So why do you do this? You do it to undermine people's confidence and faith in Social Security so you can go right at taking down that very important promise.
Why is he why? Here's the thing about the Ponzi scheme is a completely different. That's reacting to Elon Musk. I'll say late February, early March-ish, when he said that he felt it was, the quote was that it was a Ponzi scheme. And that was one of the things, and I think that's like maybe Milton Friedman, something that maybe Friedman, he's actually quoting him, who felt that it was based on this misunderstanding of how the system does things. But I will say this, that what the Doge data team said yesterday was different. And that was new information that we heard for the first time. They're saying that 40% of the calls coming into the Social Security Center actually are fraudsters, people trying to defraud the system in many different ways. And so, A, they need to shore that up. How will they do that? And then B, will they use things like AI to determine fraudsters? I would imagine that anybody answering those phones who takes the calls, and first of all, rather than take a call, I think it's more important to get people to go online, file something, try to use AI to discern who are the fraudsters. And also, I wonder if those 40% include individuals who are not actually calling or emailing from American soil, but are rather from other countries, other entities who are trying to basically defraud our system. So I just have so many questions and nobody's asking them. How are they going to combat this? And as well, thinking about the fraud and how they get to the bottom of it, that should save us all money. Is anybody for the fraud? So either you're for the fraud or you're against the fraud. So,
I'm for the fraud, Dawn. You know how ridiculous that sounds?
So what they're doing is when somebody asks about the fraud, they go, well, he said it's a Ponzi scheme. Okay, but we had that story weeks ago. Okay, that was weeks ago. Old news, dude. What about the revelation that the data shows that 40% of people calling into the Social Security system who are not actual, honest, lawful recipients, that they're trying to defraud the system? What about that? What do you say to that? Crickets. Nobody's talking about it. And that's the problem I have with this. You have all of this reaction to the Doge team, but they're actually not directly reacting to it. Do you know what I'm saying? So it gets annoying. It's a shame, and it's all these pundits, all these people, and they're really trying to shoot holes in a system that's actually trying to defraud us. Talk about getting played. My goodness. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Nick Hale here for Bucks County Estate Traders. Bring in the savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event, 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion, out with the old, in with the new extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or shop online at buckscountyestatetraders.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid.
Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Couple of stories just to update you. There's so much breaking today and developing, but we saw vis-a-vis City Council member Mark Squilla. He's proposing a new bill that would really set forth a pathway for automated enforcement, AI, to start as soon as this summer. And this would use AI, artificial intelligence, to crack down on those obnoxious vehicles with the noisy mufflers and all that. So you would just, and I wonder, because I hate the noise when they wake you up and the windows are open in the summer. But then they're using AI. You know, we all also have crackdowns, by the way, in the city, across the city. They're using cameras to crack down on illegal dumpings, illegal trash dumping. Ooh. So there's all of that going on. And then I saw another crackdown, and this one was, I think it's Route 1, I want to say, state and local police. So they're trying to crack down on aggressive driving along U.S. State Route 1 through the Philadelphia region. And it starts today, and it goes for the next month through April 27th, one of these pilot projects. And so you'll get a warning in the mail, and this is if you get something, Pennsylvania State Police PennDOT, and you get something in the mail, you know who you are. But it's through Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery, and Philadelphia counties, and it starts today. This is starting. Good. Or no, excuse me. No, that's not true. Is it today, March? Yes.
March
starts
28th.
today, March 28th.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Through April 27th. And so it's through all the way through, City Ave, Baltimore Pike, Lincoln Highway, etc. You know who you are. So I guess it's one of those pilot programs. So they're targeting the aggressive drivers, and then you'll get something in the mail that says you were captured on camera. But you know how this is.
Are you in favor of it or are you against it? Because I know Dom's very much against it. I didn't know if you were.
Well, here. I don't
want to put you guys up against one another in a debate.
No, here's the thing about it. You have to have some way to fight it. If it's like was it somebody who called in or somebody? Everything's a blur. Somebody told me that they got a ticket in the mail. This is Montgomery County because of the camera on a school bus, and they said the bus was actually pulling over but had no lights, did not have the stop arm. And they got caught by a camera, and they got a huge ticket in the mail. But in Montgomery County, you can fight it. You can actually go to court. There's a pathway so that you can have some level of due process. Because they said you can see in the picture, that I'm going by, but it doesn't show. It's not fair because the bus did not have the lights on, did not have any of that.
Like, are you expected to stop every time you see a school bus, or?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in this, you have to have some level of due process.
It's also good to have, I guess, a dash cam so you have your own evidence, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, is that what well, if you have a Tesla, I guess some Teslas have cameras everywhere, so it'd be easier to fight. Or maybe a Tesla in the vicinity. Yeah. Get there. But yeah, I know Dom is against this. And to add insult to injury, the worst one I can remember, I think Dom's listening, was I got a $100 ticket in the mail. It was during when the National Guard in the summer of 2020. So I was one of the few people coming into work, and I did run through a red light. There was nobody. There was no one around. There was no one around.
There's no one in the city.
Wait, you know who was there?
Who's that?
There were creepy people on the streets.
Oh, yeah.
In masks that I was scared of. but there were no vehicles on the road. And so with caution, I slowed down, but I kept on moving, and I got the $100 ticket. There was nowhere to go. The courts were closed, and that to me was I paid it, but it adds into
you paid it?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
There's nowhere to fight it, and we have the National Guard here. I was scared out of my mind. I was intimidated. I was scared. I should not have been forced to pay that. So that's a good example of why these things, you have to have due process. Yeah. So, Dom, I would agree with you.
Dom's in favor of them, isn't he?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, he triggered you, Dom.
Of course not. No, not at all. So, Dawn, we have Representative Scott Perry and Jeff Van Drew on today. Also, I love this. Get the engines ready, Dawn. New Jersey candidate for Governor Bramnick has put back on the table the self-serve for gas in New Jersey. Yes.
Uh-oh. Watch out.
Get out of here.
Yes, of course. Here we go. It's irrational to be against that.
There are not many benefits of living in Jersey. That's one of them. Is not having to pump the gas.
Goodness. Yes.
Amen.
Yeah.
Dom Giordano, it's a great show. Happy Friday.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. He's got some great people coming by today. Of course, the side question, we get a winner at the end of the day. Dom's Money Melody. It's all there. Wanted to just start off by saying Brett Baer yesterday, the people he had on from Doge. Now, I'm not sure if that's all the people or whatever, but the interviews with Elon Musk and the guys from Doge was very good. And they gave lie to this notion they're just going in with chainsaws and going wild and all that. It came across very well. They made a number of great points about how much fraud is out there, etc. I'll continue to monitor it, though, see exactly what they do in each and every instance. But I got to say, I thought it was incredibly effective. Good job by Brett Baer. All right, want to play you a couple things. This will be cut 14. Here is Chris Coons, the senator from Delaware, talking about his buddy Joe Biden a bit, but also talking about the signal thing that we've talked all week about. We'll play that in a moment. And I did find sound of State Senator Lindsey Williams. That's this woman we've invited on the show that says women are the same as men when it comes to athletic competition. All this coming, the Women in Fairness Act that's out there. And we'll get to this. You can call in whenever you want. I just think it's fun. It's irrational. Come on. Bramnick, we'll try to get him on Monday. The guy running for governor, he's an anti-Trump guy. He's got no shot in the Republican primary, but he's a power in Jersey, has reintroduced the self-serve gas, pump your own gas bill, including the idea, though, that if you have 4 pumps, you'd have to have a pump that somebody would pump between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Maybe that should be extended from 7 to 9 or something. But what is it about this guy's running for governor and jumping on the third rail? I completely support it. People are ridiculous on this. They're just ridiculous. Just like Pennsylvania is the only state where you can't buy alcohol like a normal adult out of all 50 states. Jersey's the only state where you cannot pump your own gas. All right, so here is Chris Coons and Joe Kernan on CNBC, I think does a good job of getting this. This encapsulates to me the entire week. The very people now saying they're really after Pete Hegseth. These are the very people that dismissed all the things that resulted in loss of life, degradation of America during the Joe Biden years, and nobody bigger than the guy from Delaware who is the principal fan of Joe Biden. Here's Coons on CNBC.
Did you call for Lloyd Austin's resignation? Not only did we lose 13 service members, we left $70 billion worth of equipment that fell into the hands of the Taliban. A couple of years later, he was out of pocket for 2 weeks and didn't tell the White House. Did you ask for him to resign at this point? Are you actually asking for Hegseth and Waltz to resign when you didn't ask for Lloyd Austin?
There is nothing that Lloyd Austin did by getting health care treatment.
Okay, what about Afghanistan? What about Afghanistan? Did you guys forget that? The statute of limitations is over for 4 years? That's what
the fact
Mark
that the
Warner
Secretary of Defense was getting health care is fundamentally different from the Secretary of Defense sharing on an unsecure platform.
You just said it was a success. Afghanistan was not a success.
I am not saying that the attack on the Houthis was not a success. I am saying that he demonstrably violated a directive that was just shared in the Pentagon about don't use Signal for classified information. It is not reliably secure. And one of the folks on that group chat was in Russia at the time that information was being
secure line.
Look, all of us use apps like WhatsApp.
You're
and
running
Signal,
out the clock on
but
Afghanistan.
Not for classified information.
You're running out the clock on
it was a mistake for Donald Trump to negotiate with the Taliban an agreement for winding down the Afghanistan war.
Afghanistan was Donald Trump's fault?
If you'd let me finish my sentence, I will
that's what you did say that. You did say that.
It was a mistake to negotiate an end to that war that put Biden in a box. The execution of the withdrawal from Afghanistan was badly handled, and the loss of those 13 Marines was a tragedy.
Should you have asked for Lloyd Austin's resignation from that, or?
I don't know whether Lloyd Austin's the person who should have been held accountable for it, but there should have been accountability.
When General Miles.
All right, so it went on and on and on. So here's Coons, who masquerades as a moderate, right? And this is the response. The Democrat Party, the people calling for this, have no stake in national security or any of this. They have no right to call for anything in this. And I said at the very beginning of the week, it was about Hegseth. They want Hegseth. They want to go after him. There are some even Trump allies that are saying this guy is a problem. You're going to see more of that. But I think it survives. It's not about Waltz. Waltz is secondary here. The only thing, we're at the end of the week, I'd like to know, how did this happen? And let's say we're going to stay off Signal and put an end to this. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, quick question. Now, we haven't talked about the deportations, but we got a new angle on this. The Archbishop of the guy that's taken over in D.C. from Pope Francis. Pope Francis guy sent into D.C. to head the Roman Catholic Church. Gave this speech to the Jesuit Society for Refugees, Jesuits. How many of these people even in the Catholic Church are so far left? And here's the new part. in addition to attacking Trump and saying what Trump is doing here does not fly with Catholic doctrine. If you're a Catholic, you're not flying, according to this cardinal, with Catholic doctrine if you support what Trump is doing here. And he brought up the word crusade, and then he talked about it. You know the Crusades, right? Remember that, how much that has been now attacked. Well, the Catholic Church was involved in them, but the Crusades, the battle with Muslims who were overrunning Europe. Now he's linked it, and he said, I know I linked it. And he tried to give his justification why what Trump is doing is a crusade, a.k.a. like the Crusades, in going forward on this. I mean, what Pope Francis has done, the people he's put into position where the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church is. I've seen Conclave. I liked it a lot. I mean, it is so far, the people he's put into power when the next pope is chosen will probably be every bit as left or more left than Pope Francis. How does it continue in this manner, insulting people, telling them this is outside? He said the Biden people had it right. It was a welcoming. That's what Catholics are, welcoming. Cardinal, I guess we should throw out the welcome mat for the killers of Laken Riley and a million other things that have gone on here. Here's just an example that nobody else would tell you about. Maybe they don't even see it. I talked a while ago about this influx in Northeast Philadelphia. Baldy is one of the schools, Baldi. Lincoln was another one. Big high school. Well, the budget just dropped yesterday for the Philadelphia public schools, and they're putting more and more so-called mobile classrooms. Oh, my God. Surrounding Lincoln. Why are they doing that? Why suddenly the surge in population there? That's a relatively old area of Philadelphia, and the reason is apparent. The Inquirer even talked about it. All these people that are immigrants coming here, most of it, if not all of it, illegal. So now if your kid goes to a place like Lincoln in the Philadelphia public schools, they're going to be in a mobile classroom, big item in the budget to be building them. Baldy, the same thing. You have kids eating lunch at 10 o'clock in the morning because of this overflow. Now, the Inquirer is not going to fully tell you that. In Northeast Philadelphia, I think they're starting to feel that a bit. How could anyone vote for any Democrat, as bad as the Republican Party leadership is? We're going to have more and more mobile classrooms at Lincoln. Why do you need it all of a sudden? I told you the reason. And yet we're told by people like the guy in Washington that somehow or another we have to just put up with this. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is push pound 1210. So we're going to be joined by Scott Perry at 1245. He's on the committee that interrogated Gabbard and Ratcliffe and others around the signal issue. Jeff Van Drew, who's in the middle of several different things with his committee, subcommittees and all that, we'll talk with him a little bit later. And we're going to talk with friend Linda Stein, the Delaware Valley Journal, because they had a big event at the Rainbow Room over in Bucks County for LGBTQ, et cetera, kids, where they get a lot of money, public taxpayer dollars, and it said everyone invited. When they knew where she was from, they kicked her out because she's a hater. Linda Stein, you've heard her on here with Dawn and me over the course, Delaware Valley Journal. I may have to go to the Rainbow Room and show my credentials. Should we carry, if you're a conservative, credentials that say hater? Hater, can't come in here. Nope, you're a hater. Then don't take taxpayer money, you creeps. She'll be here to talk about that. All right, this week is the 20th anniversary of The Office. Great show. I went so crazy at one time. I don't know. It's got to be 12 to 15 years ago, maybe 15. And I think we burned the tape saying that The Office was better than Seinfeld. Obviously, I was wrong. That's not the case. I look at the two of them constantly, more Seinfeld, and it doesn't hold up. It's just not the case. But we're looking for something that when it burst on the field, it was almost like magic. Think of the word magic, meaning, can you think of another sitcom, call it what you will, ensemble in an office that really, why would you even try to compete with this? You can't. I mean, it is just Steve Carell in this, I don't know if he wrote some of the malaprops or not, but they're just brilliant. And the evolution of the character was brilliant. How toward the end, he was still the same Michael Scott, but he was much more advanced, much more self-aware as he met with Holly and moved on. It's just incredibly done. You just can't, it's magic. The one I always mention to start off with for me, Sandra Bullock in Speed is the first time I saw her as the driver. I don't think she's ever been as good in anything. I mean, she does lighter stuff, but that role, maybe the first time seeing her, was just incredible. Every nuance, everything that she did. I guess she was in smaller stuff before that, but that was it for me. So, Henry, what's your magic?
I'd say something I felt as a kid that was magical was the introduction of the touchscreen on things such as phones, iPods, things like that. You would just kind of scroll back and forth between the pages of apps being like, oh, my goodness, like, how does this even work? And if we're going to go a movie here, I'll take a movie route. The first time I saw the movie Prisoners, directed by Denis Villeneuve, I knew this guy had something special.
You always go to it.
I always go to it, but every movie I've seen of his, whether it's in English or it's in French, it's fantastic.
That's a little, I don't know how many people out there are going to, yes, I had the same feeling, but it's a good one. Okay.
A magic will never recapture, Dom?
Yes.
This one I think might appeal to Henry more, but you know what? This is before he was born, so I don't know. But, man, the magic that will never return is the magic of hockey in the late 90s. Legion of Doom. You have Lindros, Leclerc, Renberg, and the violence that hockey had back then. And just it was so much fun to watch, and it was so magical that you would tune in every other night to watch the team. It's a match that I don't think we'll ever have again because of the way that the game of hockey has changed.
Interesting. So are we taking off magic we can never recreate? Is that?
Well, you don't even try, right?
You don't even try. Okay, so can I say something we'll never recreate then? The camera flashes at a sporting event, such as like the Super Bowl or the World Series, just flashing all around the stadium at kickoff or the first pitch. Like, we can never get that back again because, well, the touchscreens I mentioned 2 minutes ago.
Heavyweight bout when that is a good one when they would come in. Yeah.
And to your point about The Office, Dom, you'll never have the magic of that ensemble comedy in an office space. It's been tried. They try to recapture the magic over and over again with the documentary style, talk to the camera. Parks and Rec tried to do it, almost captured it, but nobody's ever going to capture the magic of The Office again.
Yeah, Parks and Rec was exactly along those lines. Okay. All right, so you can hit us with that throughout. Get your name into the hat. Coming up, yesterday was opening day. Our own Mike Opelka. It's got a great meme up today. I'll just give you one part of it, then I'll fill in the blank. This is a meme on Little League Baseball. So you have something, now everybody knows this. He has all kinds of adjectives for a particular kid. In other words, if you in Little League Baseball played X position, then you're that kid.
I know the position.
Okay? So he's got shortstop, the best kid. That's absolutely true.
Best kid / I'd say coach's kid.
I'd saving that for a different position.
Oh, interesting.
We'll see if we differ on it. Yeah. So think back to your Little League days. I know a number of females have played.
Is it fat kid for catcher?
No, he's a different title for that. I'll give that in a minute.
He's over at the first.
He's got the slowest kid. I wouldn't call it slowest. I would say the worst in right field.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, that's definite.
Yeah. Now, when I coached Little League, though, I changed that. We put him in left field because the pitchers usually are, physically throwing hard. If you have kids normally in Little League, and most kids swing late, you're not going to see so many balls hit to left. Neither one of them is going to catch it, the left field or the right field. Let's face it. You got to have one of those little fences behind them, hopefully, or a rule where they can't keep running. You're not depending on them to catch it. Just don't get killed out there. I'd put him in left field now.
Interesting.
Yeah, versus right field.
You still got to put him in right.
But I love this after opening day. Phillies, what a game baseball is. Winning 7-3. I know they tacked on runs. but striking out 19 times.
Oh, well, that umpire gave the Nationals an extra 2. So,
well,
my goodness.
it's still a weird record almost there. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Scott Perry, who was on the committee, who did all that stuff with Gabbert, and he's a retired Brigadier General National Guard. He'll be here at 12:45, give us his insight. He asked about China with Gabbert and Ratcliffe, about where this ends up, what happens next. Here's how you get in, 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If you tuned into the 13-hour radiothon we had for the Travis Manion Foundation, by the way, we raised $115,000, $953. That's the total that we raised for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Oh, that's terrific. Is that a new record?
It is a new record. It is a new record for 1210 WPHT. We go up every year. Since we started this 8 years ago, it's far and beyond the amount that we've raised in the past. So thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who listened. It was a great day.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yes, that's a side question. I see people already lining up. Oh, It never, people used to ask me, they're coming to Philadelphia to fill in. I remember there was an opening morning drive, 49 people tried out for it, and in combinations with people. So it could have been in the 70s. And like a dozen of them, first thing out of their mouth, where do you get a good cheesesteak? Tell me where to get that cheesesteak. I would tell them, talk about pumping your own gas in Jersey. That's all you have to do. I see people lining up already. And the bottom line the bottom line is, particularly if you're a conservative, why in the world would you take away my freedom to pump my gas beyond my way, maybe pay less? That could be debated. In other words, what kind of guarantee would you need? The Bramnick bill maybe doesn't go far enough. I would extend it maybe to 7 in the morning until 9 at night, that they have to have an attendant. By the way, the bill says if you have a disability, why not just say you're disabled? You don't want to pump your gas. You can't do it. You're crazy. Dom's tip of the day. Listen, everyone carries some kind of hand sanitizer in their car now. I do. You always need something like that, right? You pump your gas, you have the hand sanitizer.
No.
That's all.
Why are we taking away such a good thing?
Well,
you don't have to get out of the car. It's beautiful. You just pull up and people come to the car and you pop aside and you're on your merry way. Best thing is you can go get some fast food. You don't even got to get it out. You can eat your hamburger.
Well, why can't I be on my merry way? I just want to pump my gas. If you want, if you want to have multiple pumps where people are pumping your gas, just let me pump my own and get the hell out of there.
Gas station owners in New Jersey the incentive to flub it and say that they have somebody for those that want to pump it and then just have nobody there.
Well, they'd be fined, a lot. So I bet he comes on Monday. He's touching the third rail, running for governor on this. I know. It's irrational. I get it. You're irrational. I'll chalk it up to that.
I am.
Yeah, that people have gotten used to this. Just like in Pennsylvania, there's still some people that say, no, you shouldn't be able to buy your alcohol. I would allow you to buy your alcohol in any store that's registered and can be monitored in any way that you want. You can already do it in Acme and all these places. Why can't we just have a better selection? No, we got to go to the state store, and you will not let us go to the gas pump. Two irrational states that are together. Almost every state, I bet, must have
Robot Speed, YouTube says, it's not a lack of freedom issue, Dom. Jersey is still cheaper than PA for taxes. I'm assuming because of some kind of arrangement they have with the gas station owners.
No, it's a sales tax thing.
Yeah.
They just have a lower, and that's, by the way, getting increasingly closer. All right, a couple of other things. I want to finish up this meme thing. I think it's pretty cool what Mike Opelka put together. Meme du jour on his Opelka sends talk show host all kinds of things every day. So the strongest kid he has at third base, that makes some sense. The best kid at short, I agree with that. The smallest kid at second, I definitely agree. There's something, you watch a Little League World Series, the guy that's 4'7" comes up, and he's the scrappy second baseman. First base, what do they put there? Tallest kid. Makes sense?
No,
absolutely
not. Yes,
big target.
No, short and fattest kid.
No, that's
short. I disagree with, but fat, absolutely.
Well, I would say it's usually the right
fielder. I was
both
tall and fat, and I was still put in the right field. So
some reason, I'm not sure I agree with this one. He has nicest kid in left field, fastest kid in center field. That's usually a given. The toughest kid at catcher. Absolutely right. Doesn't mean he has to be big.
No, you just got to be able to block the ball and not flinch every time there's a swing.
Yeah. I never caught. I played center field. I played first base.
The hardest part about catching, too, is being down in that stance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's a foul tip. It's not flinching. It's just, when the ball comes in and somebody swing. And you got to realize with Little League, you have, I can't stand Trey Turner for a big reason other than I think he lets one hand go off the bat. I hate that because I think that makes a bat go around quicker. And in Little League, you see kids that do this. They throw the bat or they hit somebody with the bat. It's a real thing in Little League. So the one-handed swing just, ugh.
Yeah, those are the kids in right field.
Yeah, exactly. So strongest kid, then best kid, smallest. And the pitcher he has is coach's kid. I could see biggest kid usually, a monster out there throwing hard.
Yeah, it's the kid who throws hard / like I'd say, like when that pitcher hits his 85 pitch limit, he switches with the shortstop. They just They just
Usually.
interchange with each other.
Yeah, but it's a pretty fun thing. Wherever you played in Little League, what position did you historically get put in? How many people actually go from, well, I was 10-year-old to 12, right fielder, and then when I reached 13, I was playing shortstop? I don't see that magically happening.
No.
You have a reputation. You get everything going on. That is absolutely not going to happen. Now, our buddy Scott Presler is going to be on a Monday, his usual Monday spot, I hope, and we're going to have a special pump up of him because things don't look good in Wisconsin. Elon Musk is going to Wisconsin on Sunday night. He's going to give a talk. Entrance is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election by that point. You know by now, right? If they win Wisconsin, they, by hell or high water, are going to knock us out of 2 congressional seats. That's what's going to happen. There's even fear that the one race in Florida, one looks good, the other maybe not. Sadly, Elise Stefanik, who would be wonderful, has to sit on the bench as we wait to see all this stuff. She can't join the UN yet. Musk, in addition to speaking, says he will personally hand over 2 checks, $1 million each, to this audience in appreciation for them taking the time to vote. I guess they'll do a drawing of some sort. You'll have a number there. Now, you may remember, this is where Krasner went after him here in Pennsylvania when he started doing this. What's the problem with this? What's the problem? No one's telling you how to vote. You just have to show that you did vote. You get into this speech, and then they're going to pull out, I believe they'll pull out 2 people that will each get $1 million. But it also tells me they recognize what I'm seeing here, which is this is problematic. Now, do I believe if we lose in Wisconsin, this is evidence that people are rejecting what Trump is doing? No. I just blame Republicans again. And my only antidote at this point is give Scott Presler $100 million. Let him just ferociously go on the attack. I've seen the people he's hired, and you have a better shot versus these Republicans. And I found out the guy who lost in that state Senate race in Pennsylvania, remember the one we've been talking about, Lancaster County, which usually goes for the Republican by 30 points. He's one of the biggest opponents. He has been publicly up and down the line against mail-in balloting. Okay? You want to continue this. You just want to lose. Losers. That's what we have here. How many times do we have to say it? If we don't ferociously get behind mail-in balloting, early voting, pushing on that, along with election integrity, if we don't do that, even if you want to show up with your mail-in ballot and hand it in there, that type of thing, okay. We're going to lose. They were way ahead in a race without a lot of voters, and they lost by 482. Again, what more lessons do you need to know? And guess who now is in favor, at least on paper, of mail-in balloting? Doug Mastriano. But the Mastro is meddling again in the governor's race. I'll tell you what he's up to now. And he's making quite a pitch to Stacey Garrity, who I really like a lot. We try to get her on because I want to tell her, don't go with the Mastro. I'll tell you what that is. But Chris in South Jersey, hey, Chris, I hear you love pumping your own gas.
Dom, we don't have much going for us in Jersey, but at least we don't have to pump our gas in the rain.
Oh my God! Oh my goodness! Come on, Chris. You seem like
Chris.
You seem like a pioneer woman on any other occasion. Now you can't get out of the car. Oh my God!
Listen, I grew up in New England.
Okay, right.
I had to pump my gas when I started driving when I was 16 years old.
Okay.
You know what it's like to pump gas in New England in the winter in the old days? It sucked.
Yeah.
So I appreciate finally in my old and golden years that I no longer have to pump my gas in the rain. It doesn't affect the cost of gas. And where do you ever see huge lines of people waiting at gas
I see it all the
stations in
time.
Jersey?
You go by when we are the first time we're headed down the shore, the Farley Plaza, places like that. You got to wait. All right, Chris, we differ. But, Chris, what's the magic for you? What's your answer on that? What happened?
Ruh-roh.
Special effects.
Right.
Wait. The special effects in Star Wars the first time.
Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, Chris. Answer. Yeah, we'll get Bramnick on. How can you run for governor and before? I mean, we've been through this before. You can come on in New Jersey and say look at what Phil Murphy's done. We're going to tax you based on your income for your utilities. The more you make, the more you're going to pay for utilities after they've screwed up the whole Jersey Shore with the whales thing, et cetera. You can do that and still make it. But you can't say, we're going to let you pump your own gas. Oh, my God. All right, 855-839-1210. You can get on. Coming up, Doug Mastriano surfaces again. And I have to say, he has what might be an intriguing pitch to win the governor's race on paper. But I'll tell you why this is dangerous if we have any hope of beating Josh Shapiro, or at least dusting him up quite a bit. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Sicily. In Sicily, you can pump your own gas, I've been told. Now, the gas is higher there than it might be here. Europe's high.
Is it by liter, too?
Yes, it's by liter. That might be tricky.
You can never tell how much you're paying.
Everybody wanted to be in Sicily. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, and now we're going. Ro and I would invite you to join us for the Mediterranean, Europe, and Sicily and Calabria this fall. The sun, the sea, unparalleled beauty. And if you're headed to Europe, even without us, there's only one. Ken Chase, Conservative Tours. They are spectacular. The people you work with, the tour guides, Mario, Giuseppe, people like that, they know the best stuff, the best places to go. 5544, that includes airfare. The dining events, they're the stuff of legend that we've told you about. The wines, the camaraderie with listeners, you just can't match this. There's nothing like it. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call them now to get all the details, or tell them you're coming. Bring the group. 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour, visit the locales from all three movies. Taormina, one stop, that's the crown jewel of Sicily. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. White Lotus, you've seen some of that. It's storied. Savoca, it's another place we'll hit. Call now. We'd really like you to join us, and you'll see, if you've come before, you know this, how well put together these tours are. Call 888-733-9494.
We did it. I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th Annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. We're going to be joined at 2:30 by one of our favorites, State Representative Martina White. How does Larry Krasner, the Inquirer must have missed this, City and State is this magazine / newspaper, like a periodical, did an interview with them. And Krasner, in that interview, talked about punching political opponents all over the place, these fascists, these MAGA types. When asked, based on conversations with residents and ward leaders, what's one area your office should work on to continue to build on? And he said, I think that's a fair question, but I would say, which part don't voters in Philadelphia like, the safety or the freedom? Oh, my God. This guy is just, you got to understand, he is the top of the line of these people that have been placed into these very, very progressive attorneys all over the country.
Can I read you one more quote?
Yeah, what's the other? Yes.
It says, the question was, you've also pitched yourself as a democracy advocate and someone who will stand up to an overreaching federal government. Do you think starting legal battles with the Trump administration could impact your bandwidth to do work within the city? Blah, blah, blah. He responds a bit, but then he goes to, I don't want people to miss this. Trump likes crime. Fascists like crime. Right-wing Republican MAGA people like crime, and they like it because it gins up a crisis that doesn't have to be, which allows them to scapegoat different groups of marginalized people so they can eliminate our rights. This is a very old playbook. I'm speaking to you as a 63-year-old whose dad volunteered and served in World War II. I grew up knowing a hell of a lot about World War II, the Nazis, and the rise of fascism and Mussolini. This is all stuff close to me, and I know exactly where we need to be with this one. Loud, proud, standing up in all their faces. These are fundamentally fascists, and it will not do us any good to try to appease them. They're bullies who need to be punched in the face as hard as possible, and that's the only way that all the people around us who are so frightened will understand that they can stand up too.
So, again, Judge Dugan, Dan, I'm starting to move that Dom Giordano show counter with Judge Dugan to radioactive plutonium in here. Suddenly, he's not available for the biggest thing that he has out there, Judge. Don't listen to your advisors. Come back on the show. We like you. What are you going to do about a guy like this in a debate? A guy that's this blatant in your face. that can slur people in Northeast Philadelphia, South Philadelphia, Latino neighborhoods now who voted for Trump are going up and down the line. Okay? How in the world can you not get in his face, literally? Dan suggested a really good answer to today's side question. It's true. I'm not sure now each and every time, but in the very beginning, particularly when we did the Wildwood with people coming days in advance, the Trump rallies, without a doubt, the Trump rallies were magic when they first started to happen and continued for quite a period of time.
The camaraderie that was there.
Yes, exactly.
But I got to ask, though, do you think this is the start of many in the future? Has politics moved into a realm where these enormous stadium sellout rallies are going to become the norm? Or do you think this is a magic that's in a bottle that will never be captured again? It's just because of Trump.
I would say never captured again. You need something really Trumpian, which is the cult of personality. Or you need Bernie Sanders, the extreme side of something. And even then, the Sanders rallies are not consistently like the Trump thing.
They don't concern you?
No, not that. It's a base of their party. They're pent up and all, Bernie and AOC. I'm keeping my eye on it, but I see what happens in Wisconsin and Florida on Tuesday. Can make a better judgment. By the way, we're trying to get her on. See, I was ahead of the curve. This Lindsey Williams, guys, I told you yesterday the stuff that she said when we talked about the Fairness in Women's Sports Act now is on Fox News. She said female bodies are just as strong, just as fast as males. She is insufferable. I have it. We'll play you the tape of it. I mean, this woman has it all. Making national news here in Pennsylvania to try to stop the obvious. So, I doubt that she's, I think she came on once. That didn't go so well. I remember it was only like 10 minutes and already I could tell it was over. Okay. We're going to talk with Scott Perry next. He's on the committee that interrogated Gabbard and Ratcliffe in the middle of the signal debate this week. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Did you know I have 4 sons? And to me, making sure that they know I earned a living honestly and ethically is paramount to who I am. This means if one of my technicians has a part or even an entire system needs to be replaced, it's because it's true and not because that technician has to hit some end-of-the-week quota. If my business practices aren't honest, how can I expect my boys to be? As Crosby, Stills, and Nash would say, teach your children well. Visit us at marvinekanze.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, one of our favorites, Congressman Scott Perry here in the Dom Giordano Show, and the congressman is on the committee that interviewed, interrogated, whichever word you prefer, Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe, head of the CIA, during this week's scrum over Signal Gate. Congressman joins us here in Philadelphia. Congressman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Well, it's great to be with you, Dom, and, never a dull moment, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I wanted to go first to what you asked on this committee, which they were there for also, and I'm glad we got some questions in. And you asked about China buying up a lot of land. The Philadelphia Inquirer says allegedly buying up a lot of land. Hey, maybe they'll buy up the Inquirer building. They would feel comfortable there, the Communist Chinese, over at the Inquirer building.
Yeah, they could buy that, but they probably say, why waste our money? It's already communist, so we can go elsewhere and turn other things communist, right? We don't have to mess with that one.
Yeah, exactly. So you asked about that. Were you satisfied with the answers you were getting?
Well, I wasn't really satisfied, but I'll tell you the truth. I'm not sure I expected much more. One of the issues, and look, we're grappling with it right now, is just that we live in America. This is a free country. You want to sell your property, and some individual, from China comes and says, well, I want to buy it, and I'll pay you, 10% over asking price. You're like, I don't really love the Communist Party of China, but I got to sell this property, and this guy wants to pay more. So, so this is a free country, and China exploits it. So we're trying to figure out the way, and of course, the principals on the dais didn't appear to really have an answer either. I was hoping that they would, about how we can restrict the Chinese Communist Party connected individuals from buying land, but certainly it seems like, if nothing else, look, I don't want to disenfranchise Americans from being able to sell their land, but if you have land next to a sensitive, nuclear missile site, we can't have the Chinese buying it up and putting a cryptocurrency mining operation there where they can collect information and send out a drone swarm. That's not working.
Well, look, you're in elective office. I'm not, but I'm more of an extremist on this. I don't think we ought to sell it to them anywhere, any place, anyhow. And again, the national security interest, I think, to me, is so severe, so existential. As much as I share what you said about the person or right to sell their land, I just think this is, Congressman, this week we had on Mike Testa over in Jersey, his bill to stop information on the New Jersey Turnpike through the towing companies going to the Communist Chinese Party. That's even debatable in Jersey.
Yeah, you're right about that. Listen, we got to be mindful, of course, of Americans' rights, but when it comes to the security of our country, quite honestly, whether it's online apps like Red Note or Red Book, or the Communist Party of China buying land, or the Communist Party of China sending over hundreds of thousands of students, which then collect on Americans and conduct espionage, let's recognize the enemy for who they are and do something robust about it. And that was kind of the point of my questioning. Let's not wait until after it happens and then try and solve it. Let's just not let it happen. Would that be better?
Exactly. Now, on to the signal thing, and listeners know, on this show at least, but maybe not widely, your military background, et cetera. Is there anything wrong that you see strategically, which is saying fundamentally this was a mistake? We're moving on. We're not going to use signal anymore for something like this. In fact, during this, I think a few parties said maybe we ought to go to more classified, since what we're talking about with this. And I guess it would have been hard with Ratcliffe to just insist, as the head of the CIA, you want to be a team player in this, to say, I can't be part of this. We got to move on to something else. I don't trust this. So what did you find by listening, other than, Democrats just attacking? Where are you now with what the solution is to this?
Yeah, Democrats are attacking, and it's to be expected. And I think there's still a lot more facts that need to come out. I just think that based on my experience, that any information that is classified or that is, questionably, like if you have a question, you're like, I'm not sure it's classified. Well, here's the thing. If you're not sure, just to act like it is, if you're handling it, and treat it accordingly. And for me, that meant a face-to-face briefing. That meant what we call a stew, a classified telephone if you couldn't, be there in person, or the SIPRNet, the high side, the classified, internet side of things. Because, look, let me just say it this way. I don't know if everybody – needs to know everything the moment it's happening, such that it has to happen on a cell phone, right? Like, it's nice to know, but is it going to change anything that with immediacy unless there's a decision to be made? And if there's a decision to be made, look, I get that. Then get yourself to a location where the proper and long time accepted facilities exist to communicate. That's how I feel comfortable.
I hear you. And to that point, having on the special envoy who happened to be in Russia at the time, you're inside this, but it just seems to me anything in Russia or anything related, is there a need to know? The fewer the better here to contain this type of stuff.
Yeah, and like I said, timing's important. Is it? Look, obviously I spent a long time with multiple classified classifications, in my security clearance, right? I spent a fair amount of time with that, 3 decades or so. And of course I have one now, et cetera. But the thing that is always overarching is, do you have the right and need to know? And kind of goes with that is, do I need to know right now? Like, can this wait till I get home? Can this wait till I get back to the office? Unless I'm making a decision about it, and it's just news that I can, even if it affects other things. Again, if it doesn't affect them imminently,
right,
then why can't I just wait till I get back to the office to get the news? If I'm going out to the press conference and I need to know what happened because I'm going to get asked a question, then get a briefing. Get a briefing.
Yeah, I would agree. The upside of this to me, and I'm not sure if you took a stance or not, the discussion was what we see in public. It was consistent. It was high level. And I particularly like J.D. Vance more than anybody, if I had to choose, what he said about the European allies and what they should be doing, et cetera. He folded then into correctly the team. It's a consensus. I can go with that for the president. But I think that he was more consistent with what I think the Trump position usually is than anybody else.
Yeah, and I think, look, if we didn't learn anything else, what we did learn is that there's not, and thank goodness, there's not somebody, in the White House that we don't know, what their identity is, but they have an auto pen and,
right.
And the president's taking a nap and this is all happening and nobody in the administration is communicating with one another. I think we can rest assured, and we've seen it in real time now, that there is robust communication. There's responsible debate and question before major decisions are being made. And isn't that what we want our elected officials and our leadership doing?
Parting question, what's upcoming right now that all of us should be, that's on your radar screen front and center? Is there anything major coming up, say, this next week?
Well, it is. The Senate is going to move what I think is the framework for their reconciliation package.
Okay.
And as you know, the House did already. And, this is the framework about how we quit bankrupting the country, incorporate, some of these DOGE things in there and preserve the taxes, the tax levels right where they are, as opposed to seeing taxes go up. Now, my concern, just to let you know, is in the framework the House did, we put limits on what can be spent. And look, I'm going to tell you, there are a lot of House members that are what? They're nervous about that. They have trepidation because they want to spend more money.
Right.
They never want to cut a thing. My concern right now is the Senate has a good number, right? They have a good number, but they have nothing to bind them to that number that I think that they're going to put in what they pass. And look, I've been around Washington a little while. You leave an opening for the rats to get off the ship, and they're going to get off the ship and spend your money. And I just look, people like to tell you, look, you have my word. Well, I've had a lot of people tell me I've got their word, but their word wasn't worth anything at the end of the day. And so I like cash on the barrelhead, my brother.
Exactly.
And so when they write this thing, I don't want to see we're going to get at least $1 billion in savings, right? We are spending $2 trillion at least, annually more than we take in. So $1 billion ain't going to cut it. I want to see something that holds us to the requirement, because you can't count on individual members to do it themselves. They just are not strong enough. And so that's what I'm going to be looking for, and I hope you're all looking for it too. And I'm going to tell you, if it looks like it's some weak sauce to you, I hope you reach out to your senators and your representatives and say, do not pass this crap. We want to see you do real things. We want you to show the American people, the financial markets, and the world that you're going to be responsible with our tax money, and we're not going to keep spending like there's a pandemic on. And we don't want to, we don't want to bankrupt our country, and we're tired of you trying to bankrupt us.
Thank you. Radar screen is set for next week. Thanks, Congressman, very much.
All right. Thank you. God bless you. Have a great weekend. Be safe.
Have a good weekend. Jeff Andrew, back-to-back Congressman, is next on Talk Radio 1210.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bizaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With Crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Nick Hale here for Bucks County Estate Traders. Bring in the savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event, 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion, out with the old, in with the new extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or shop online at buckscountyestatedtraders.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same, Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. Congressman Jeff Van Drew next up at the plate here. By the way, this just dropped. Former director of the CIA, John Brennan, who has really come out of the box savaging Republicans this week over Signalgate. He's the guy that issued the visas to 15 of the 19 September 11th hijackers. How did he miss on the others? Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us here on the Dom Giordano Show. Congressman, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's always good to be with you, Dom.
So as you were at the end of the week first and you watched this play out, I don't know that you were on any committee interviewing some of the principals around the signal issue. What are your thoughts? What are you hearing Capitol Hill? What should happen here that's a solution?
Well, the solution is just to make sure it doesn't happen again. I mean, you know, everybody can go through the blame game, and certainly at times I blame folks for things they've done. But here's the difference. When you look at a lot of what the past administration did, it wasn't one mistake. I hate to say it, but mistakes can happen. It was over and over again, and it was policy that was purposely instituted. That's different. And then you can go after them and you can beat them up. Mistakes happen, and this was a mistake. We're going to move forward. We're going to tighten it up. We're going to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And, you know, let me tell you, not a good thing at all. But compared to what was happening with some of the illegals that we had coming into our country, compared to what we were doing to our military, compared to what we allowed Iran to get away with and what exploded in the Middle East, to compare to what we've allowed to happen in the Ukraine-Russian war, even though I feel very badly for the Ukrainian people, there was corruption. We didn't follow where the money should have gone. So, I mean, those are things that were purposeful policies. This is a mistake. You fix it, you learn, you move on.
What I was getting at is there consensus, do you think, at least in your mind, maybe others, it is in mine, and we had Scott Perry on today saying what I think, just say we're not going to use Signal again. I think they have enough modalities pretty much, or they should work on that so that this doesn't happen. It's not optimal when you're talking about something this serious.
That's the learning part. You hope we didn't even have to learn it, but that's the learning part, and that's what I'm referring to. That's a mistake.
Right.
Correct it. Move on.
Now, Tesla is in the news big time over in New Jersey where you are, not at the shore that I know of, but Cherry Hill, big demonstrations tomorrow. You're on some of the committees that might have something to do with this. What are your thoughts on what should be done? The Pam Bondi saying no negotiation, you're caught doing this, full penalty. What are you hearing? What's going to happen?
Look, you know, it's people's right to rally. It's their right to demonstrate, but it has to be done in a certain way and not with evil intent, not to destroy a business, not to damage a business, not to do what they're doing. It is Elon Musk's right to believe what he believes and to be doing what he's doing, by the way. It's totally within the he's not doing anything unconstitutional or wrong or anti-American. In fact, to a great degree, just the opposite. So the bottom line is, I think Pam's a very serious person. So I think she's been clear. I think they understand. I think some of them are trying to be heroes. Some of them that are demonstrating, some of them are trying to be victims. Look, this is happening. I'll share a story with you. We had, last week, hundreds of people from around the area. Some of them paid, by the way, not all of them, but some of them paid to be there in front of my district congressional office. And I'm in an area on a main road where there are businesses that are to the right of me and to the left of me and in the building I'm in. Guess what? They all had to close down for safety concerns because of other issues. So here's what we did. We had people that are very partisan who, quite frankly, never really liked me. That's okay. It's part of the American way. It's their right not to agree with me or like me. But the businesses have nothing to do with it. So, the stores that were around it get punished, and it's not their fault. So I think as we do these things, we ought to do them, for example, like the Trump rallies. They were arranged in open areas where you didn't hurt people, where you didn't hurt businesses, where you didn't create problems to people that, quite frankly, have nothing to do with politics, government, or any of this. And that was a different way of going about it. This is a way we're actually trying to inflict pain and destroy somebody's business.
I didn't see too many protesters in Wildwood. They were dwarfed. I mean, just around Garfield, I think it was. There'd be 10,000 people as the vehicle came in. I don't think you could see that. I think you were waiting at the other area. But just in that area, it was mind-boggling just about a year ago.
Yeah. And well, to be honest with you, I think they were nobody would have hurt. Nobody got, again, over 100,000 people, biggest rally President Trump ever had in Wildwood. Really glad to be part of it. Bottom line is nobody got hurt. There were no fights. There were no drugs. There was no alcohol. It was a celebration of America. It was their right to be where they were. Those that disagreed and want to protest, nobody's saying that, but it should be done like that in a certain way. Again, the ironic part of it is in my office, there was so much going on. The police came to us and said, look, and again, there was no violence thank goodness, at this particular event, but the police came to us and we had both the sheriff's department. There were a good number of people there. So we had the sheriff's department and we also had the police, the local police. They said, do us a favor, tell your people to leave now in the afternoon. Don't do a full day because we don't want to have to deal with them getting to their cars or insults being lobbed or a fight breaking out. So what did that do? My people are working on lots of casework to help people with Social Security, to help them with veterans and, their veterans benefits, to help them in all business problems, all kinds of problems. We took care of a lot of stuff. So that was just that many hours less of being productive because of what went on.
Congressman Jeff Van Drew with us. I'm watching, Congressman, as we're talking, President Trump swearing in Alina Habba as U.S. Attorney for New Jersey. Now, she's pretty high profile, been in some of the biggest Trump trials, et cetera, as an interim. But I see the message here, New Jersey corruption, always in the forefront. What are you expecting from Habba as U.S. Attorney for New Jersey?
Look, I think she's really going to look into things. And, we have, as you know, the Housing Authority in Atlantic City, for example. That's just one. I have other examples of things I'm concerned about. And, obviously being on judiciary, I'm involved in a lot of these judicial issues, the U.S. Attorney or the FBI or Department of Justice, et cetera. I haven't done it yet because I'm going to talk to my friend, the Secretary of HUD, who is going to be coming, by the way, to South Jersey to look firsthand, something I couldn't get done for years in the last administration. He's going to come within the first few months. We're working on a date right now to look at what's going on at this horrible housing authority where people are suffering. Supposedly the very people that the left cares about, and they have no heat, no hot water, broken windows. I won't go into it all. It's, you've read it and heard about it before, but it's shameful. So he's going to come, and I'm going to see if it's appropriate that we should either have the U.S. Attorney or the FBI look into it too, because something's wrong. Millions of dollars flow, and not only, by the way, in this housing authority, in housing authorities across the country. Some are run well, some are run terribly, and there's too many of them that are run terribly, and we don't know where the money is going. That's the kind of stuff she's going to look into. work on. Hold on to your hats. President Trump did a good job appointing her. She's a firecracker, and she's really going to do an excellent job and root out all these things that are wrong. And she is unafraid. So I think it's great. And it makes New Jersey, to President Trump, New Jersey, the whole East Coast, everything's a special thing to him. But I have to say, in all pride, that, as you know, half of the year he's living in Bedminster. He loves New Jersey. It's a special thing to him. And I think he wanted to make sure this was well done.
Well, we had Scott Turner on yesterday. So when you see him, just tell him that guy in Philadelphia, he's a former defensive back, 9 years in the NFL.
I'm not kidding around with him, man. He's serious.
Well, then I told him that I look like I could throw a football 40 yards, and he said yes. So just remind him of that. We got him on record. He's an expert defensive back.
I will definitely tell him. It's just like Burgess Owens. He's another guy. Burgess was a great football player. The only unfortunate thing is that's what 1980. He goes back a few years when the team beat the Eagles. But we had him down for meet and greet and, for a lot of fun. Talked to a lot of people. That every single person put on his Super Bowl ring. These are great guys. They're great guys. They're heroes, and they really care about America.
Well, Congressman, thank you. Thanks for the update very, very much. Have a great weekend.
You too. Take care.
All right, Congressman Jeff Andrew here. A little bit now. We had two congressmen talking about it. Seems to be the consensus is what I've been saying. Are you there? Don't talk on Signal. Perry went through explicitly all the other ways they could do this, and less is more. You don't need to have every person like the envoy in Russia. Does he need to be instantly knowing we're bombing them at that point? Really? Try to cut down on this. I'm hopeful that that's what Pete Hegseth takes from this, and that's what he's going to engage in. And if so, this is just something you chalk up to that and you move on. All right, 855-839-1210, though, you get on board. Hit us with something magical. 20 years ago this week, The Office debuted. It's going to be very hard to match the magic of The Office once it came into play. All right, coming up. Speaking of Jersey, the king of hair, the prince of hair, Murphy had this guy fired. Yesterday, a court said, no, this guy didn't do anything wrong. It goes back to COVID. I'll tell you explicitly what this was about COVID. So people in New Jersey now have to pay this guy $2.5 million. And it goes on. But it's exactly with the Murphys of the world and what went on in New Jersey. When's there going to be a reckoning of who did what during COVID? And hit us on the side question, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
They booed Santa Claus.
Booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. Kale and Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. We worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you. By the way, the audio... Never interview somebody on a plane. Yeah, sounds terrible.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Look, I don't know if we'll ever get her on, but I want to put her on the map since she's out there nationally. This will be cut 15. Yesterday, we had on State Senator from Montgomery County talking about the ongoing battle, and it moved out of committee, the Women in Fairness in Sports Act, okay? Women's Fairness in Sports Act, okay. This woman from the Pittsburgh area, I believe, State Senator Lindsey Williams. Listen to what she says toward the end of this. I didn't have the sound yesterday about we are putting women down. Of course they're as fast as men. Of course they're as strong as men. We're going to continue to invite her on since she's discovered something other scientists don't seem to know about. Listen to her analysis. She starts out by saying, why do these Republicans keep on bringing this up? There are so few trans kids. My answer would be, Lindsay, okay, just go along with this. Let's say they can't play in women's sports, and we'll stop talking about it. Right? That's the first argument. But the argument toward the end, she really loses her mind. Here's what she said.
Female bodies are just as strong, as fast and capable as male bodies. For what reason, other than political gain, are we spending time and taxpayer dollars on a completely made-up issue? There are 8 million high school athletes across the country, and maybe 160 of them are trans. This is the 5th time we are voting on this bill that targets less than 0.002% of high school athletes. I was a 3-sport athlete in high school. Participating in sports gave me the confidence, time management skills, and ability to work collaboratively that led me to run for office. Absolutely nothing about having a trans teammate or competitor would have taken those things away from me.
All right, so men's bodies, women's bodies, the same, strong, fast, the same thing. You know, you think she would have ended what they usually do. Well, we're not taking anything away from you. You're cruel. And also saying the numbers are minuscule. But no, had to go that extra bridge, which is women and men's bodies the same. You know, why can't you compete against Leah Thomas? Why can't you go down this path? 4 of them voted to not move forward with the bill. 7 voted yes. So now it moves on. The Senate will pass it soon. The only question out there is, can you force the House to take this up? Because if they do, Democrats, some of them will vote for it. Then Josh Shapiro will have to decide. Now, here's the latest that, and this guy to me is such a menace. You may see it differently. I like Dan Muser. When Dan Muser is on the show, I think he's great. He intuits President Trump. We got a lot of good stuff going on. Well, it's going to be probably Muser or somebody like Stacey Garrity that will be the Republican nominee. I don't see anything else out there. So menace, Doug Mastriano, who's put us in a situation where we have to endure Democrats now running the House and you can't get anything done. He sees this. He says that Garrity, the treasurer who had the most popular votes ever, has a military background, got a lot of good stuff. She apparently was a colonel when she retired, I believe. Mastriano was too. He says, here's the ticket, Garrity / or hyphen Mastriano. In other words, he's willing to have her run for governor. He'll run to be the lieutenant governor. He's a colonel, so the colonel governor. And that ticket will defeat Josh Shapiro. It's wildfire. Here's what's going to happen here. Now, not that she's not skilled enough to ice him out in the end so we don't have to deal with his craziness, but do you really think someone like Josh Shapiro, if you have Doug Mastriano on the ticket, is not just licking his chops? I mean, this is preposterous. Didn't we see it before? But I can see in the hinterlands, oh, man, look at this. You'll get all the Mastriano people, and then you'll get what Garrity, female military treasurer. I mean, I've been at events with her during the Dr. Oz campaign backstage and all. Got a lot of good stuff going on. Let's go Garrity, Mastriano. Make it a team, and that's how we'll prevail, arguably for one of the most watched, other than the midterms in Congress. The governor's race here is going to be highly watched. Does Josh Shapiro get reelected? Does he get dinged up a bit that might hurt him for the presidential race in 2028, which he's been running for since kindergarten? Which way does it go? 855-839-1210. I still think, and people that I really like that I know that just went crazy with Doug Mastriano, they get on the juice. What were you not seeing? This is craziness. And that he would be on the ticket, and that would carry the ticket. This is the latest thing being floated. I do think Garrity, all things being equal, is going to run. I do think Muser is going to run. All right? Out of the two, we have to see them once they debate and move forward to see who the stronger candidate is in a primary. But both have a lot going for them, including, maybe more so in the case of Muser, I'm not sure, the endorsement of President Trump. 855-839-1210. Can we not get past this guy? Are certain parts of Pennsylvania just, they can't get enough of this craziness. They believe in this stuff. Look what he did the last time. Just look at the damage that's done. But I thought he was going to run for the Senate. You know that. I think Dave McCormick really had it considered. It was brutal losing to Dr. Oz, had to raise a lot of money, barely defeated Bob Casey Jr. We got somebody really good there now. But he was looking at that, Mastro. Would people rally to this again? Because here's the thing. They think, oh, he's just like Trump. Nobody's like Trump. How many times do we have to say that? And certainly not Doug Mastriano. All right, 855-839-1210. I know it seems a long way off, but it's not. And Shapiro has just all the cash in the world. Social media, he's got 24 people working for him. You're going in against something really tough. So you can't be screwing around with this if you want to win. All right, let me go to Bob in Broomall next. And Bob, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bob.
How are you?
Good, Bob. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on. I would like to see one of those containment facilities being constructed on maybe Judge Bosberg's neighborhood. And those containment facilities, they hold up to 20 to 30,000 illegals. Mm-hmm. And the way things are going right now, it's just slowed down a little bit. So let's build another one, make sure we have enough to house all these people, and put it in Judge Bosberg's neighborhood somewhere. Let's construct it there.
Hey, I'm looking at you're putting Bosberg on the big radar screen there. Yeah, you're right. This guy. Well, you know,
I don't.
You know, now he's in charge of the signal gate stuff too. By the alleged luck of the draw, he's in charge of that too.
Well, Dom, I think what he's doing is he's just obstructing what Donald Trump wants to do.
Yeah, sure.
Let Donald Trump do his job. He should be congratulated for all that he has done and for what he's doing right now with the illegals. It wasn't done in 4 years, and we have a problem here in the U.S. right now.
Thank you, Bob. To that point, Supreme Court ought to do their job. And we ought to be moving forward to give us a decision. What is the power of these singular judges? In other words, they're not a co-equal branch of government. We know that. One judge at a district court level should not be able to thwart the executive power of the president. Supreme Court is on the level. The Congress is on the level. That's the big three. After that, these are like subcommittees. They are not co-equal branches. Democrats believe that now. They want to believe it. Because they know one judge here and there every other week throws their hat into the ring and thwarts what you're trying to do. All right, 855-839-1210. Dan, this is a tip of the hat to you. It's from Delaware County because more so than I, maybe most, you've been on the phony license plate, the paper license plate things. So apparently this couple that was arrested over in, what town was it? Let's see. It's a town we don't talk. Eddystone. Okay. The license plate was obscured by an Eagles logo that apparently blocked.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, it blocked the New Jersey part. It's an illegal license. So just think about Philadelphia. Cops scared to death with all these people driving along. They're told by that Isaiah Joe or whatever his name is, the guy in city council, and we're still waiting for Commonwealth Court to rule on this.
Wasn't it Isaiah Thomas?
Isaiah Thomas, yeah.
Isaiah Joe's a basketball player.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I did that intentionally, but okay.
Surprised I know that, actually.
He's a better player, a shooter, that maybe, but okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's with Oklahoma City, I think, now. So the cop sees this. It's obscuring it a bit. They can't see New Jersey. Pulls him over. Of course, they have a loaded gun. Illegally, neither one of them has the ability to carry that. The guy apparently has an open gun case, says the Delco Times, from Upland already in this. They were held 10% of $10,000, et cetera. Controlled substance they found too. Exactly when we have Pat Malloy and these others on, if you stop people that have these violations, Pennsylvania Vehicle Code, then these things turn up constantly. And yet in Philadelphia, because cops are scared to death. Now, Pat Malloy over in Abington is not. You go through Abington with this, you're going to be stopped.
It's ridiculous to think that you wouldn't be.
Right.
Isaiah Thomas's Driving Equality is Law Act, Philadelphia, removed 8 vehicle violations to not be enforced with a traffic stop.
Right.
Here are the 8. Late registration, relocation of temporary registration, relocation of license plate, missing a single brake light, items hanging from the rearview mirror, minor bumper issues, driving with an expired inspection sticker, driving with an expired emission sticker.
Right.
The idea was that people of color, it's a civil rights issue because they're pulled over for minor motor vehicle code violations.
Yeah, he said it was like the Green Book. You have to know where to drive in Philadelphia, the Green Book. Otherwise, you're going to be pulled over.
But meanwhile, it spurned, as you drive down 95 or 76, industry almost of temporary license plate papers that are printed out, put in the back windshield, and cars, many times stolen. What will happen is the thief will just print out a fake license plate, and as long as it's displayed somewhere, it must be visible, that's a pass for them not to be pulled over.
Yeah. So good work by the Eddystone police. Just another, and this type, the Eagles logo obscured. Oh, I can hear the good councilman saying that's exactly what we're trying. What difference does it make?
Well, the thing is, though, I don't want to be that guy and give ideas, but say you go out, carjack a car, a white Toyota Camry, and then you put something over the license plate to make it so you can't tell that that's the one that's been stolen.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're
why are we enabling criminals?
Sometimes you are going to use this vehicle to steal another vehicle. It's part of the thing.
Yep.
So any little thing that you can do. And the average cop is chilled. I bet in Philadelphia, if you had an Eagles logo obscuring that, they'd be scared to death to pull it in because they'd say, obviously, come on now, what's the big deal here? You're being too prissy about this. Why can't you just write them a ticket? Like, where's the ticket going? We really think this is going to end up in some place and the person's going to pay the ticket? No. This couple, big trouble, gun, drug charges in Delco. Both are in their early 20s. And again, this cop is in Eddystone, where apparently they tell their cops, enforce the law. Don't come through Eddystone with an Eagles logo blocking your license plate. They might pull you over and ask some questions. And again, why does someone, I think with one gun count, have a loaded gun there, neither one of which have a right to carry that? That's exactly what we're trying to stop. That's what comes out of these. Pat Malloy says it all the time. But in Philadelphia, you don't do this. And what happens? Well, you have people going to the suburbs. We've talked about this. Who think they can go through Abington with no license plate or something because they do it in Philadelphia. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Dan, you'll be less fired up. You're not in Port Richmond now. You're in Jersey, so.
Oh, you still see it in Jersey, though?
Yeah.
These idiots that go over to 42 with their expired, printed out, fake license plate, temporary tag, and...
Well, what is it with the state of Delaware, too? They're part of the problem. Yeah. They're issuing all these paper license things with no...
Well, no. What I think criminals are smart enough to realize that it might be a little bit tougher for interstate agencies to quickly cross-reference which vehicles are where. Right. So even if they steal a car in Philadelphia, they'll still print out a Delaware plate because they're the one printing it out anyway, just to make it harder for the police officers.
Yeah, but don't put the Eagles logo on there. Even though they took the most popular logo, you would say, the cop, Eagles logo, go Eagles, E-A-G-L-E-S. All right, pull over right now. All right, more calls coming up, and we'll get you on today's question. Something magical that happened, the 20-year anniversary of The Office. You can't top that if you want to do an ensemble cast on any kind of office setting. You set out to try to do that. And our TV guy, Neil Zorn, will be here. We'll talk with him about something, another show that Netflix has on. It's making a good bit of news. And I think I agree, just from the trailer that I saw from the Free Press, it's called Adolescence. It does a disservice to young men. Has the popular culture not realized yet that you saw it during the Trump election? A lot of these guys feel under siege, maybe not 16-year-olds, but older. And we keep on going after them. You're just creating more difficulty here. And we got a couple of tips, couple of things you might want to watch. But first, something exciting has happened this fall. Ro and I are headed again to Italy. Well, really, just off Italy, a country within a country, Sicily. And when we go there, well, we're going there with conservative tours. Because you just don't visit Sicily. You want to come back again and again and again. I've never been, but with conservative tours, all this for $55.44, including airfare, the magic will happen. This is Mediterranean Europe and Calabria together, the dining events, the gatherings together with fellow listeners, talking about all the stuff that we do, usually in groups of about 60 or so. We'll see bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All you have to do to get all the details to see it is go to conservativetours.com or call 888-733-9494. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour. Visit the locales from the movie. Bring back a lot of memories. You will enjoy this. The crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Sicily. It's ancient, it's charming, very picturesque, beautiful, the sun, the sea, a country within a country. Savoca is on the top of my list, I'm told also. Call them now. Get in on this. Bring some friends. 888-733-9494.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
For some jobs around the house, it's okay to do it yourself. For others, not so much. Like your water heater. Replacing a water heater should only be done by a plumbing professional who can provide a safe installation for you and your family. For a long-lasting, reliable water heater, ask your pro about Bradford White. How you heat your water matters, and Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best for years of dependable service. To learn more and find an installation pro near you, visit BradfordWhite.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. This just breaking, then I'm coming to your calls. We're going to talk with Neil Zorin, our TV guy. A lot of good stuff coming up. But there's a report out now. I'm on the other side of this. I don't care what you say. It's not defending the rich. That the White House is considering going back to the old rate on the top taxpayers who pay a disproportionate. Right now, the top income tax rate is 37%. Charged on income above $609,351 for an individual, or $731,201 for a married couple. If you're in that, want to be anonymous, I just listen to what I'm going to tell you, and then I would ask your opinion. If the 2017 law were allowed to expire, that would jump to the pre-2018 rate of 39.6. So it would go up 2.6% for this group. The deal would be turn the script on the Democrats and we get the tax on tips out of there. Cutting the tax on tips, I'm not sure if that means completely. I'm trying to look at that as we speak. I'm not sure, but big time cuts on the tax of tips. I support both, but I'm not willing to give in to this narrative and say, yeah, we're doing this here, and we're going to play into the Democrats' narrative, take it away from them by increasing the tax on the rich, while we're going to get this situation resolved on the tax on tips. Are you willing to do that? I think it's a mistake. Can we win this way? All right, that's the question that's out there. Trump wants to get rid of the tax on tips. I agree with him. But also, do you protect the people at the high end that they share in this? All right, Doris is in Delco. She's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Doris, welcome in.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
You were talking about license plates. A friend of mine, about 3 years ago, stayed with me in Springfield, Delaware County. At the time, she didn't pay her car and it got repossessed. Somebody in New York State, around New York City, has her tags. And about every week, I get, for her, I get a violation because,
Sure.
they can go through.
Right.
And I was told, I don't know if it's true, that in New York State or in New York City, they're not allowed to run the tags. So I don't know.
Yeah, but in Manhattan, I can't speak to all those with Bragg and the stuff that goes there and all. It wouldn't be surprising to me. Or here's what happens, Doris. It's such a problem, such a pressure that if you do run them and get into this as a cop, you're the one that's going to be in trouble. That's exactly what I believe happens in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and that's what this
Sure.
every week she gets one or two letters about a new violation. She calls, but nothing's happening.
Thank you, Doris. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know for a fact in New York and Philadelphia, though, cops tell me, come on, are you insane? If I act on this, I'm going to be accused of racism. Act too many times. There we go. Even with the current people there. Well, we're under the law of this Isaiah Thomas guy over in city council. And this Commonwealth Court, when do they work? That this case is going on for what, Dan? Would you say 18 months, 2 years, it seems like, right? 2 years. I know the former head of the FOP is a plaintiff in it, and yet no ruling yet. Work harder. Oh, these are complicated. No, they're not. You come in at 10. You don't come in on Mondays or Fridays or playing golf. Work harder. How about some 10 and 12-hour days? Take some cases home. Decide something. All right, more calls coming up. Neil Zorn, our TV guy, is with us next. Got something good you'd like to recommend? I know Henry has one. Let's see what Neil Zorn says about adolescence. Hey, are you looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. It supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. And right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. This exclusive deal will not last long, so go to res-q.com. Use the code MyEnergy. That's MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test. And Mom, you have my lunch.
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
It's Nick Cale here to introduce the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. Best of all, it's now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. Visit piazzaacura.com for details.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any Sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Now featuring our new French Toast Sizzly. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show here. I'm missing Neil Zorn's opener.
Somebody overwrote it.
Yeah, okay.
Don't know where it went.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, let's get on. This is like Signal Gate. We got to know who, is Jeffrey Goldberg going to be doing this interview? All right, let's go to Neil Zorn here on Talk Radio 1210, our TV guy extraordinaire. Hey, Neil, good afternoon.
I'm great. Oh, Jeff, wait, I have to wait a second. Dom's on the phone.
Yeah, don't tag him in. So, Neil.
No, that's okay. Believe me, if I don't see Jeffrey Goldberg, it's fine with me.
I only saw, Neil, a trailer of this, and I like the free press. They're kind of bipartisan up and down the line. They say that adolescence on Netflix does a disservice to young men. And when I look at the premise and what happened here and what they're doing, the culture already has been, it came out during this election, the perception at least, anti-males. Maybe, they overdo it with this, but this seems to be another attempt by Netflix to play into that. What do you think of it?
I don't think it's all that egregious. Actually, I think that it is. Although the person involved is a male, and there are other males, it's more about bullying and what the social media does. I think one of the things that happened in adolescence that I really liked is that it is not played as a mystery or a murder story as much as a real procedural. You really see points of view from everybody, from the police to the school to the various things, and then there's a little bit of mystery, but we really know from the end of the first episode what is happening, and because it's they're in front of you in a way, and then there are wrinkles to it that make you doubt, because that's one of the things drama does. But in general, I found the piece to be less political than other things. I think people are so sensitive to that about anything. I mean, if you watch something like Conclave, where at the end it becomes entirely political, or you watch the Barbie movie, or there was something recently that reminded me of the Barbie movie. It was a play. It was a play called Legacy of Light, and at Princeton right now, where it's so blatantly. That's where the policies become blatant. In adolescence, I think it's actually some of the best storytelling I've seen in a long time, because you see the police being businesslike. They know what they want, but they go at it in a businesslike way. Calmly, you see the points of view of the parents. There's shots where you think that this has to be a shot of the boy, but it's a shot of his father. And then when you think about it, it makes sense, because you're seeing again an attitude. You sort of know what would be happening with the boy. So I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot there, and men do get lambasted, but less and less these days. I think you're finding that what I find in patterns in general, in art and in culture and in just life, is that things go to their extremes, go to the far extreme, then they go to the next far extreme, and then everybody gets tired of the extremes and brings it back to the middle. And I think we're at the beginning of things being back to the middle. So naturally, the person in adolescence is a boy. He is upset because he's asked a girl out on a date, and she has refused him, but not only refused him, she goes on social media making him into something he's not. And then things escalate from there. But that is something that can naturally happen. I don't feel like it was engineered to be anti-male or anything about males. I think there are a couple of scenes in about the third episode where there might be some question about that, but throughout the run, I think it's probably one of the more interesting things I've seen, because it approaches the subject in such a clinical, almost objective way.
All right. So Neil, what is good to watch in addition to that? Henry still likes Severance, for example. We've talked about. Mm-hmm. What else are you watching now?
Well, one of the things people should know is that Paradise, which was on cable, and is coming to ABC next week. I think it's the 7th, so that would be next month, not this Monday, but the Monday after that. It's coming to ABC at 10 p.m., so we will be able to see that. And that's about somebody investigating the assassination of a president. And that's sort of interesting. Then the things I'm looking forward to.
Well, wait a minute, Neil. That is it. Just the first 7 episodes. Roe and I saw it on Hulu, so it's the same thing you're talking about.
Right, it's the same thing.
Right.
It may be cut down and watered down a little bit for television, but I think that's one of the things you're going to see is you already saw it during the actors' strike, that people brought things to CBS and ABC especially, and I think you're going to see more of these companies that are attached to networks putting things on and getting them popular, and then either watering them down or playing them for people who don't have cable over the air, and I think that's the beginning of that. I'm looking forward to some things. I'm looking forward to I want to see mid-century modern, even though it is Ryan Murphy, and that makes me sort of take my feet off the floor in case my shoes get dirty. But it has a good cast. Nathan Lane. It's on Hulu.
Yes,
and it's sort of in the Frank and Gracie sort of mode. So I always want to see if Nathan. I want to see if Nathan Lane can ever have a hit television series. There's one of the things that they do with Nathan Lane that bothers me is Nathan Lane has a style, and usually right around the style. I think they should make him go out of his style, like he did on Broadway in Angels in America when he played Roy Cohn. And I think
wait a minute, Nathan Lane play Roy Cohn?
Yes, not as good as Jeremy Strong did. I don't know if you saw The Apprentice, but Jeremy Strong was a fantastic Roy Cohn. Yeah.
Well,
Angels in America was
Neil, Roy Cohn is one of the most fascinating characters imaginable before Donald Trump, but now we know about the influence. It's even more so a big okay.
And look how many times Roy Cohn has been dramatized.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. And even more Donald Trump, because there's already a movie about Donald Trump. Do you know that there are many, many, many Oscar nominations for people who have played kings of England and European monarchs and diplomats? Do you know there's maybe 10 nominations for people who played the presidents of the United States, and only one person who ever won an Academy Award for playing the President of the United States? It's Daniel Day-Lewis for Lincoln, in case you want to know. But Donald Trump is maybe only the 10th American president who's actually been portrayed in a movie. And it was
stunning.
The Apprentice.
Yeah.
It is. And 2 of them were played by Anthony Hopkins. He played John Quincy Adams and Richard Nixon. And Richard Nixon is the other one who ends up in the movies a lot. He's been played by Frank Langella and Anthony Hopkins in movies, and they've both been nominated for that. So to me, that is sort of fascinating. But anyway, so I'm always looking to see if I don't know that he's going to do that because he's surrounded by a lot of comedians, Richard Kind, Ree Perlman, but then there's Bat Momer, who will be his co-star with that.
Okay.
There's a piece that Kevin Bacon is going to be bringing into Prime about on Thursday of this week, which is about a person who it's about dead people, but it's about people. He's a bounty hunter who finds people who escape from hell, if that makes sense. But we'll see if it makes sense, and that's going to be on Prime starting next Thursday. So that's something I'm looking forward to.
All right, Neil, some good stuff. I'm writing them down. Where do we find you or check out what you're up to until then?
You'll see me in the Delaware County Daily Times, and I did up the co-accident that time. I said Delhi, not Daily, and related newspapers. There's 8 dailies that come out every Monday that I'm in.
Thank you, Neil. Thanks very much. All right, coming to your calls, Magic. We're going to talk with my editor over at the Delaware Valley Journal. This outfit, this Rainbow Room in Bucks County, got a lot of COVID money. We talked about it this week, and they kicked out the editor of the Delaware Valley Journal because she differs with them and called her a hater, even though it was a public event. She's next. Dom's Money Melody will get a winner for the big prize this week, 855-839-1210.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia windows and doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Dom's Money Melody. At the end this hour, we'll decide the winner this week on the side question. $50 gift card. Thank you, Jim Harvey, over at the great Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia, right there on the Boulevard. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. All right, I write for the Delaware Valley Journal, and again, what an addition. I'm not sure if it's 4 or 5 years they've been here online to the Delaware Valley. The number of stories they've broken, stuff that you don't see anywhere else. You know, the Inquirer, yeah, right. Just recently, stuff that we've talked about. Singlegate, right? Well, we had that over in Pennsbury and Central Bucks. They broke the story. It's school board members, apparently, using Signal because it gets rid of all the messages, et cetera, at a certain point, thwarting sunshine laws and things of that nature. Yeah. Well, recently, Linda went to this event at the Rainbow Room that the public was invited to. We had on Meg Brock this week. This is a LBGTQ gathering spot for kids over in Bucks County. Meg Brock on this story about getting this money from COVID, enormous amounts of money that's being looked at now. And the public was invited. It was apparently an open event, but maybe not. All right, my editor, Linda Stein, with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Linda, thank you very much. What did you do to disrupt this event that they had to kick you out? Linda, are you there? All right, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Linda. Yeah, Linda, what did you do that they had to kick you out there over there in Bucks County?
I have no idea. I was sitting quietly in my seat, and they were about to start the event and told the panelists to take to the stage when suddenly this woman with a clipboard comes and tells me to leave. I was
Wait a minute. She had a clipboard. That's official. You can't ignore that. So did she have a picture of you? Did she ask who you were?
No, but she seemed to know who I was,
okay.
Or maybe who I wasn't. She said that I was somebody who was against LGBTQ and also against immigrant rights. So all I can think is they Googled me and decided that from some of my past stories about them that they didn't want me there.
So I would assume that the Pen and Pencil Club, right, in Philadelphia, meaning the Journalists of America, whatever they call themselves now, they're taking to the ramparts. They're demanding that Linda Stein be allowed to be over there at the Rainbow Room. That's what they would do with other journalists. Sounds like fascism to me.
Yeah, interestingly, I thought the event was going to be pretty newsworthy. Of course, now I don't know what they said or anything since I was expelled, but there was a public defender there on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
A school district solicitor was supposed to be there, an immigrant rights action director, somebody from the ACLU. It sounded like something that would be legitimately covered.
Yes, and as editor, you do the news part and direct us wayward columnists into the proper channels here. So it's just another striking example. It's two things, how unbalanced this is, that others wouldn't stand up and say, you can't be doing this. And two, that the Delaware Valley Journal is having impact. Stories, I mentioned one with Signalgate this week. I think you went back to it, saying, hey, this happened using Signal over in the school boards. I think it was Central Bucks and Pennsbury a bit. Tim Daly, who's often been on the show, is a technical guy, was able to expose this. And what they were trying to do, since this gets rid of the information, is be in communication without a record. So you guys were on that also. Linda, so I have to ask you, that this coming to a head, the first time that Dan and I saw Delaware Valley Journal, we talked about, at least I did first, and he saw it, I think, was the Radnor Raiders thing. That they weren't going to have even Raiders, not Red Raiders anymore, over in Radnor. And nobody else was up on that. And again, their instinct is not towards stories that people want to read about, know about, and talk about. The amount of calls, the amount of stuff we have over stuff like that, the mascots and particularly the Radnor thing, it went on for weeks. So sometimes it's biased, but sometimes I think it's just perspective. You have an eye. Delaware Valley Journal, the operation has an eye, particularly stories in the suburbs that are better stories, I think, than what the Inquirer and these others might cover.
Well, it just depends on our sources. You mentioned Tim Daly.
Yes.
He's excellent. Just what people tell us. And as we get better and better known, more and more people contact us with story ideas, which is wonderful.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Linda, where do we go? Because we have people all the time. They send stuff to me. That's the fodder of talk radio. But now we have another platform out there for them. What do they do if they had a story or just to find Delaware Valley Journal?
Well, the website is DelawareValleyJournal.com. My email is dvjeditor@insidesources.com.
Also, I think you guys are giving a lot of coverage of Larry Krasner and what's going on so far in the Democrat primary. And, it might be a different perspective than, again, the Inquirer and the others have around this. It might be amplifying some of the things that you see at these events that maybe is not covered.
Well, that's true. This is kind of a very interesting race because Larry Krasner is now running for a third term. And as you know, Dom, he was elected as a very progressive DA, and he got funding from George Soros, as did a lot of progressive DAs around the country with that philosophy. And now he's being challenged by a former Philadelphia judge who seems to be very law and order. The judge has unions backing him, which is big in Philadelphia. So I think he's going to give Krasner a run for his money.
Absolutely. Well, Linda, thank you. Thanks for coming on today. And again, if I ever go to an event there, I'm not going with you because people with clipboards will come up and kick us out.
Thank you, Dom. Thanks so
Linda.
much. And thanks for having me.
You are welcome. Linda Stein here, great editor over the Delaware Valley Journal. Now, you know what would happen in other circles? This would be a brouhaha. How can you kick out the editor at an event like this where it's an open public event, et cetera? Well, this is the type of thing where the other people in the media, don't you think they'd pick up on this and go, look, you may not like our point of view or the Delaware Valley Journal or Dom Giordano's, but they are members that should have a right of access to this. All right, I mentioned a moment ago, then I'll take your calls. I could see this happening. I'm not on board with it. Straight up question. Are we willing to throw overboard the so-called rich? Well, these people aren't rich. You're over 600,000, I think is the number here. Their taxes, federal taxes, will go up again by 2.6%. But remember, it's not just them. How that trickles down. And what you get in return, Democrats would go for the no tax on tips or something like that. The Trump people are saying, look, and let me get to this because I want to hear from you before the end of the show. They're saying if we continue with the tax cuts for the rich, now this is caving into the Democrats in my view, the people advising Trump of this, and we make some cuts around Medicaid, we're going to get blanking slaughtered, is the quote. Well, look, I think there's fraud, waste, and abuse big time in Medicaid. Not people that truly deserve it based upon the consensus, et cetera. And people ought to be working and don't deserve it. Well, you do that while also maintaining or moving back to keeping the tax cuts for the rich, you're going to get killed. The Trump coalition can't stand it. Better to say no tax on tips. Look, I'm all on board with those things. And you may not benefit. My advice is whenever there's an attempt to cut taxes like that, overtime tips, I'm all on board with it. Fight every one of them. Fight them because all they want to do is find a new tax. We all know that. But are we going to give up this other side? Doesn't that play into their narrative? They will never stop then. You know that. If you cave into them and say, aha, you're throwing people off Medicaid, in order for the rich, $600,000 a year, $731, I think it is for families, in order to pillage these people who are deserving on Medicaid. That's what they're afraid of, the narrative is. I'm not signing off on that. We'll see if that's what it plays to the populism thing. It's got a certain amount of appeal. You got to say that. All right, the rich can afford it, but we're going to give you no tax on tips. Robert in Ben Salem, I'm sure, has his crystal ball on this. Hey, Robert, afternoon. Thanks for the wait. What do you say about this?
No problem. Hi, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. And this will be real quick. So let me get this straight. You're finding trillions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse, and you're talking about raising anybody's taxes?
Exactly.
That's insane. It's a non-starter. And it's not letting them keep a tax cut. It's a tax raise, okay?
Yes.
That's left-wing terminology. Like, why should there be an expiration date on tax cuts? There's never an expiration date on tax raises.
Exactly.
You know, so
I can hear these voices with Trump saying, you know what they're saying? Oh, this is the new Republican Party. Well, guess what? There's certain principles that we ought to continue to include. I'm for the no tax on tips, and you're right. We can afford it. Government is wasteful, fraudulent, abusive, and we're cutting it. We can afford it.
Absolutely. And I think that we're not going to. Why would we abandon our principles now? I mean,
we're winning.
We're winning. Thank you. We press forward sanely.
Yes.
But I'll get to my side question. I was going to go with an oldie but a goodie, but I really wanted to go outside of the box today. So my answer today is crying racism. There once was a time when Democrats just called you racist so you would go along with their stupid policies. And them days are gone. It doesn't have its luster. It doesn't have its effect. It's going to be a obsolete political slogan as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, but you said the magic word. Are you a Twilight Zone fan?
I liked it when I was a kid. Absolutely, sure.
All right. If you go, I don't know how you would bring it up. What platform? Maybe the Science Channel. There's a great one. You mentioned the word obsolete. They have a guy who's the petty dictator of like an authoritarian government, and they turn on him and they keep on saying, obsolete, Robert of Ben Salem. You are obsolete. And he's the one that was doing it before. Then suddenly he's obsolete. It's a great Twilight Zone. Robert,
we stick by our guns, and you guys have an amazing weekend.
You too. Thank you, Robert. Dan, are you a fan of Twilight Zone or Henry? No?
I've seen a few episodes.
Yeah.
I've dabbled. Yeah.
Okay. The obsolete one, just for that word, obsolete.
Yes.
And a guy's in a big high thing looking down at him. By the way, one note, random, but I was thinking about this. We saw this earthquake in Thailand, I believe it is. Boy, towers coming down, giant building.
It's crazy, right?
Well, we used to watch the guys out here on that crane, and they were only maybe, were they 6 or 7 stories up? I'm saying only because this guy was 37 up. And they show him when it happened on this crane. It looked kind of rickety in Thailand. I don't think the safety regulations are exactly the same. Get thrown as this thing broke up from 37 stories. My God. Yeah, those, whatever they're paid, whatever they have to do. And these are only 6 or 7 here, and they're worried about the wind. I can't imagine being as high as this guy was operating at. It's a really shocking to see it. Okay, 855-839-1210, coming to more calls, but right now it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
And we round out the week with a pair of tickets to see the Rascals' 60th anniversary tour, April 18th, at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets and more information, visit Keswick Theater, TheAtere.com. Don't forget, I will be there with Joe Conklin on April 5th. Hopefully we'll have him on next week for his just hilarity. I mean, and maybe Bernie Perrant will make it. Maybe he'll be mad. I'm not sure. Should I wear a Flyers jersey that night?
Like
is something.
a punch be thrown towards
come out. Yeah, come out with those French Canadians, you know. But they wear Speedos. I may have to work that in. more introducing Bernie than Joe Conklin. Henry, what do we have?
It's Dan's special today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Dom, today we're asking a side question of what's something that was magic that's kind of gone away that you'd love to, or magic will never capture again. Well, talking magic, I thought I'd do a magician who actually started his career as a musician in a hair metal band, fronting a hair metal band, and then going on to have multiple different, lives in music, but being prominent in the world of magic, really bursting into the scene early 2000s, and through the noughts, he was all over the place, it seems. So, Dom, who is this magician? And you know what? A visual clue, too, because he looks so different. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. If you want to see the video that goes along with it, we want to know who it is singing this original song, Dom, who later became a professional magician. Take a watch/listen. I didn't say he was a good musician by any way, but he did try for a long time to have a career longer than his career as a magician to be a musician. So, Dom, we want to know who it is singing this song, a guy who broke out in the 2000s as becoming arguably the biggest magician at the time, I got to say.
Wow. All right, 855, Houdini wouldn't fit there. No, that's past.
Not Houdini. No.
855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do, just push pound 1210.
We did it. I never had a doubt. Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the only army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKanze.com. Swishradioswishfunding.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia City Council member Kendra Brooks thinks her miniature poodle was dog-napped and is asking whoever has him to return him, no questions asked. Philadelphia's portal is back open in Love Park, still no word where it'll move in just a couple weeks. And Philly's director of fun and games, John Brazier, says the team has plenty of new surprises planned for Monday's home opener.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's right. All right, a day in concoction today. A magician involved, among other things, since we're talking about magic. Listen to this and tell us who the singer is.
Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, so Dom in the late 80s, magician. Now, we know him as a magician. Tried his luck as a musician. Actually, longer than trying to be a magician. He tried to be a musician, putting out many albums throughout his career. But, Dom, we want to know who this magician is singing this song, provided on also youtube.com/@12WPHT to see the video.
All right, Bob in Cherry Hill. Bob, who's the musician singer here?
Is it Chris Angel?
Hey! God, you can't get anything past here. Nicely played, Bob.
Right.
I'm glad you won. Enjoy the Rascals over at the Keswick. That's April 16th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. Another one of our favorite spots. For tickets and more information, visit keswicktheater.com. A lot of good places there in Glenside to eat, too. So,
yep, that's that mind-free Chris Angel you see. A couple other guesses came in. David Blaine was said. Nope. It's Chris Angel. And I didn't realize it, but the guy who spends a lot of time in Vegas with his shows, allegedly the most watched magician in the internet's history. Wow. So, yeah.
It's hard to believe with the other guy who makes cities disappear. I don't know. It's amazing. All right.
But he can't levitate, can he?
That's true.
You talking Joe Biden?
No.
Larry Krasner?
Larry Krasner can, that's right.
Larry Krasner is quite the magician.
Oh, God. 855-839-1210. You get on board. So, you heard what I was talking with Robert of Ben Salem about. Is President Trump really going to look, it looks like one of these political things. Oh, man. We're going to get the populist vote, so-called, in quotes, working class, no tax on tips. A biggie, a promise to go after that, okay. And we're going to undercut the Democrats by taking away, for what reason? Why? Somebody tell me. Why? Well, politically, it makes sense, Dom. Attack the rich. That gets the Democrats off your back. Not. They'll just continue this because they got blood in the water on it. And we're going to give the money to those that are working for tips as part of it, which is a good thing. And we won't have to, quote, cut Medicaid. That'll look bad. Really? Will it? I remember it's kind of a Medicaid-esque type of thing. When Tom Corbett and I started doing the show, the former governor, I'd go to Harrisburg once a month. We were in sync, and then maybe a year into it, not so much. And when he came on and started arguing with me, they were going to give people on Medicaid, something like that in Pennsylvania, $50 if they would just get their teeth cleaned, which would be free of charge, just to motivate them. He couldn't understand why people went wild. We just had to stop it because people were getting, too angry with the governor. He also told me he wasn't going to be a governor that let little Susie go home on a school bus and the bridge go down that she was going over. I knew it was pretty much over. We had reached the end, and he got killed in the election against Tom Wolf, okay? So 855-839-1210, that's how you get in. Are you on board with that President Trump listening to people is a report today? There is some political sense there. Maybe people are going to say, well, who in the world is going to jump up and down and be defending, going after the rich on this? Come on, Dom, are you a fat cat? Are you in that category? Is that why you're saying they shouldn't be raised by about 2.5%? I just think it's always been a principle of the party. Is this a new party? That's what the argument. They're getting Trump said. It's a new party. This will look good. You nail them. You don't include them in the tax cuts that happen that will be expiring. Instead, you say, I'm giving it to the working class. I'm giving it to people on tips. We're not cutting Medicaid, et cetera. What about all the waste, fraud, and abuse? Continue to find that. Government costs too much. It's too big. We have too much of this going on. So why in the world would we suddenly X out this group of people? Not only that, if you're a Republican donor, if you're some of these folks, I don't think you're going to be too happy either. I just think it's inconsistent. I bet J.D. Vance says that. I don't know if the others will. So new Republican Party, that's fine. Does that mean then we have to attack the rich yearly income in the way that Democrats would? Is that what the new party means? Can't you bring in to that tent people on tips without going after this group to get political cover? Now, I don't know that this is going to happen, but I'm sensing, seeing these stories today, the appeal of this, how it might be being talked about. You get some people in there. They don't care about anything like this. They just see this as a grabber. I don't. All right, hit us with that magic moment. Gary in Newtown here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, good Friday.
Hey, Tom, how are you? Good Friday.
Good.
Is DJ Productions up and running yet?
Giordano, I know I didn't put the DJ in there. Giordano Productions is about ready to take off. The final meeting and blast off will be happening. And I think you'll like some of the principles that are involved in this with me.
I would love it if your first principle would be to join up with Scott Pressler and take over the Republican Party so we don't have that crap that happened this week with the special election.
Oh, well, thank you. Look, my message to all these guys, Gary, to your point, Pressler coming on Monday, and I got to cheer him up a little bit, is just give this guy whatever he needs. He will win. But, Gary, if I had to honestly say where I think Wisconsin is now, I think it's a loss. Elon Musk going there, trying to rouse people to get out early, vote. Pressler is the stuff he sends me, working 15-hour days there. You're right. He's the magic guy.
Isn't it as easy as getting Jim from the NAC and you and all the political muscle that we can put together and get it done?
Well, you know what? We should have that meeting. I hear you. Exactly. I'll talk to Jim about that.
My question today, my answer today is going to be, even though Yellowstone came out in 2018, it took the pandemic of the COVID-19 84, where every red-blooded American who was anti-woke said, this is for me.
That is a great one. Like, how in the world the numbers with Yellowstone were way beyond anything imaginable.
And we were rooting for a cowboy mobster.
Yes, that's true. Gary, great one. Have a nice weekend. 855-839-1210. We'll take some more. Our buddy Martina White, State Representative, Northeast Philadelphia, is coming up. Got a couple of things to run past her. Last moment here, she's on this Krasner thing where he's saying we ought to physically attack MAGA Republicans. And just nobody says, well, wait a minute. What should Judge Dugan do with something like that? What would the advice be? Plus, she is one of the biggest drivers of the Women in Sports Fairness Act. So how do they move forward on this? And I wonder if she knows this Lindsay Williams, who I'd love to have on the show. She's the one that said that men and women's bodies are the same. Women can certainly compete against men. I think, Dan, you had a guy on the line, Julian, retired colonel or something, who said, how about if I box Lindsay Williams then, if you think that that's something that can happen? Come on. All right. Martina White will get a winner. You get in. Magic moment. Magic moment. Get in with that at 855-839-1210. You can get in. Well, I know that Sicily will play into this theme, is magical. If you've seen White Lotus, you know about Sicily over the years. Maybe you saw World War II, Patton Montgomery racing. We're going, and we want you to come with us with Conservative Tours. You can't beat that. Ro and I have just enjoyed the first 2 times we went to Italy, mainly Rome, Venice, spaced out. But this is excitement. This is brand new. And a bonus part of the trip, as we head to Mediterranean Europe and Calabria, we will visit the locales of all three of the Godfather movies. It's stunning what Conservative Tours puts together. They are second to none for pleasing their customers, you and me. And the meals, they're events. They're not dining. These are events. The wine, the food, it's second to none. All this with Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. Think about it. You'll be with us and listeners. That's the great part. New friends, bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. You'll find all this at conservativetours.com or calling 888-733-9494. The crown jewel of Italy, Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. Savoca is one of the places we'll hit. Call 888-733-9494.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to your calls. State Representative Martina White is always in the center, both in Philadelphia and in Harrisburg, of the action, and second to none in trying to take on, in so many ways, the one and only Larry Krasner. And we have a new Krasner controversy. Apparently, physical violence is part of his mission as DA. Let's go to State Representative Martina White. Martina, welcome in. Who knew that Larry Krasner is a real fighter, apparently?
Yeah, right. Fighter for criminals.
Yeah, exactly. So in this city and state interview, he really let his hair down. He seems to be running against Donald Trump, and he talked about pummeling Republicans that are opponents.
Yeah, the reality is Krasner, he's just always been helping criminals along the way, not prosecuting them, and now he's resorted to attacking his political opponents who have a differing opinion than he does. And he's advocated for political violence in our community. And I think it's just ridiculous. It's reckless and dangerous. He called on Republicans to be punched in the face as hard as possible. And I mean, how can you be the top law enforcement officer in the city and say words like that? Who says things like that? And it's just really a shame, and he's got to go.
Yeah, well, you are my weather vane in Northeast Philadelphia. Do you see people roused enough? We know they don't want him. We've seen Capozzi. We know you're long standing there. We know it's making a bit of a comeback, Northeast Philadelphia. But are they revved up enough to get it that they have to be voting in the Democrat primary? That's the only route this time.
Yeah, I think that people are definitely motivated. I think that the Democrat primary is going to be interesting. I would say that in terms of his words and his call for violence against political opposition, if an elected Republican had said something like this, then they would be run out of office.
Exactly.
And I think that Krasner needs to be held to the same standard at this juncture. I think it's come to a point where it's beyond the pale.
Now, I was hoping, as always, if you wanted to be, that you'd be a state senator or governor. But let's stick with state senator now. I'll tell you why. That you were being the hearing with Lindsey Williams, and I don't know if you've seen it before today, actually out there nationally on Fox News Channel and others, because it moved out of the Senate, one of the bills that you are a prime face of to me, fairness for women in sports. And she said, well, she doesn't get it. She's also an alleged athlete, that men and women are equally fast, equally strong.
Well, she's completely misguided in that regard. There is nothing that remotely entertains that suggestion when it comes to biological males competing against biological females. And it's just plain as day that biological males have physical capabilities that women, we just don't, whether it be, stronger muscles, from the DNA on outward, like it's just clearly we are very different in our body makeup, and they are stronger and faster. And we see this in athletics. These poor young girls are losing competitions and opportunities for their own benefit that they worked so hard to achieve, and they're losing out to a biological male. And for the senator to say something like that is just, I think it's mind-blowing at this point.
So it passes, it goes through the committee. It looks like it will pass, I would assume, in the Senate moving forward. In the House, we talked with a couple of your colleagues already, but what do you see? What has to happen to make them bring a bill up, even if people want to vote against it, Are we going to go through this again? We're not going to be voting on bills that people want to see where people stand.
I think I just lost you there, Dom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Martina, I was saying that will this come up for a vote in the House? There are any number of things, particularly heading to an election year, that people want to see where people stand on this, an up or down vote on one of the bills that you're one of the architects of, the fairness in sports for women.
Yeah, look, I think that the House Democrats should bring this bill up. I think that it can get bipartisan support, and that there are people who understand that there are just pure differences between biological males and biological females, in particularly when it comes to competing in athletics. And yes, as a prime sponsor of the Save Women in Sports Act here in Pennsylvania, I think it's critical that this bill run. I think that there are more opportunities this session for it to run on the floor than there have been in the past, mostly because last cycle was very, very divisive. This cycle, while the Democrats do still now have 102, they're back to their full complement for the special election recently. I think that there is more agreement between the leaders to find common ground on key issues, especially, the 80-20 issues, the 70-30 issues that the public is adamant on getting addressed. And I think this is one of them. Title IX needs to be protected. Women fought for this right, and so many people sacrificed, whether it be raising money so they could have the same athletic equipment or access to a field or sporting arena to compete. And, those opportunities should not be taken away from young females all across this Commonwealth. Right. We saw that there are changes locally. The NCAA made changes, but here in Philadelphia, we're still fighting for young female athletes to have fair competition.
Absolutely. Martina, thank you very, very much. Thanks for the great work that you do. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks. You too, Dom. Take care.
All right, Martina White here on Talk Radio 1210, coming to you. Hit us with something magical. The first time you saw it, this coming 20-year anniversary of The Office this week, how can you, particularly the first 3, 4, or 5 years, whatever you want of that, even try to compete against that? Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Dom, real quick, I just want to see if I got you on board with this analogy, like these stories that broke.
Yes.
Last week with the Venezuelans and the airplane being brought back and the reporter from the other story. Yeah, I'm thinking, Dom, I thought of one man's name when I read these stories. I thought of Cowboy Joe West.
Oh, yeah, he could be a judge. Imagine that, yeah.
I don't know if you dig my you dig my analogy. He made it all about him. You could have the greatest game ever being played in Major League Baseball. So I appreciate that, Dom.
Well, he's the guy at first base, to your point. It's a perfect game going on. It's within a nanosecond, and he's going to probably call it, no, the guy's safe, if all possible, just because he'll be the center of the universe. So what's your magic?
Yes, Dom. You know what? I'm kind of surprised this wasn't taken off the board. It's not that grave an answer, but when it first came out, I was all over it because what was good about it, it had stars on it. Like it had Frankie Valli.
Right.
It had other stars, and it was The Sopranos.
Oh, sure. It made HBO. That's the reason it made HBO. It is top 5 shows, arguably, ever. All right, it is the lightning round coming up next, and then we'll go over the week, pull out of the hat a winner. Dan, Pat Boone. Wait a minute. This just in. I saw confirmation Pat Boone's on the show next week, right? I think he's got something new.
I don't know. I haven't confirmed that yet.
Oh, I saw it in my email. Okay. I thought he was. Okay. We might have Pat Boone next week then. All right. It is the lightning round, though. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds. Guaranteed.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Philadelphia City Council member Kendra Brooks thinks her miniature poodle was dog-napped and is asking whoever has him to return him, no questions asked. Philadelphia's portal is back open in Love Park, still no word where it'll move in just a couple weeks. And Philly's director of fun and games, John Brazier, says the team has plenty of new surprises planned for Monday's home opener.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Something, the magic, it struck you the first time. We've been saying that all show. By the way, I was wondering why Robert Kennedy Jr. was with the West Virginia governor and telling him, you got to lose 30 pounds, buddy. I can be your personal trainer. Oh, my God. Apparently, they had the bill signing today where West Virginia signed the bill around taking food dyes and nutrition out and the rest of it. That's a big step forward. West Virginia doesn't strike me as a place that would necessarily do it. So that's forward movement. All right, let's go to Chuck in Newtown Square, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chuck, good afternoon. What's the magic?
Great to be on the show with you, Dom. Always terrific. I'll tell you what, this was magical. The country was still in malaise from November 22nd, 1963. We were all down and depressed. We absolutely were. And here we come. We have 4 people that were cocky enough to say, I am not coming to this country until I have a #1 hit. And then we have a really big shoe tonight. And who it is? Introducing the Beatles, and they come out with All My Lovin', and it's still a show that you can watch, and it's still electric to this minute. And these guys did not disappoint, and it's still legendary to this moment.
It is. So what's more magical in your view? That's a huge one, or Elvis on the Sullivan Show?
Well, I think the numbers speak for themselves. Elvis goes on that show, and he is not a number one. He's introducing rock and roll to America. When the Beatles come in, rock and roll is already established, but they would not come here until they had I Want to Hold Your Hand, and over 73 million people watched that, which dwarfs what Elvis did. Now, granted, Elvis was newer and first, and it wasn't as big, but it's much, much bigger with the Beatles. It's still one of the all-time watch shows of America, and you will never reproduce that because music has splintered off so far and wide that you're never going to get everybody united to watch one show like that ever again.
Great stuff. That is a great call. That might be in the winner's circle. Bill got a quick reminder here. Bill, what is your magic, then the reminder about Saturday? Go right ahead.
Well, the reminder is that the Tesla support rally will be held, and it was reported mistakenly that it's on Eastern Road. It is not. It is on York Road in Warminster, 700 York Road, Warminster. Tomorrow at 12 noon, the flags will be flying.
Let's hope there are thousands of people showing up. Yep, absolutely. I hope.
We're encouraging it, and we're distributing that flyer everywhere, so we can. So
good. Give us a report on Monday, too, definitely.
We'll see if we can shoot some video. All right.
Okay. We'll play it.
Anyway, okay, got it. Magic moment.
Yes.
My magic moment is 1968, Jay and the Americans. The song was This Magic Moment.
Well, 1968 was a magical year, some of it bad, but, a year that people always go back to and say, look at all that happened there. Joe in Bordentown. Joe, what's yours?
Hello?
Yes, Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the VCR, the videotape recorder. My brother and I bought one for like $1,000, which today would be like $5,000. But the first time we recorded something on there and looked at it, that was magic.
That's a pretty good one. Yeah, the technology at that point, that is a very good one. John in Westchester. John, what's yours?
Hello, happy Friday to Dom, Dan, and Henry.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John.
First, I'd like to make a comment on your Martina White, if I can,
real
quick. I'm very happy that there are physical differences between men and women.
There you go. Well, if we get Lindsey Williams on, John, I want you to call in and tell her that.
Absolutely. Be happy to. And my magical moment was Donald Trump and Melania coming down the golden elevator in 2015.
Escalator. Not a fan of the escalator, except that moment is beyond iconic. And I like touching the side of the thing. I always tell Rowan on, and they're touching that coming down there. I get the hand sanitizer.
Oh, you don't like that?
No. Think of where all the germs are.
I don't care.
Of course. Well, Trump does care, but he's a germaphobe. So, Dave in Oakland. Dave rounds us out. What's yours, Dave?
2007, January 27th, my son running into the living room after Eli Manning hits Plaxico Burress.
Boy, that's a strange for Oakland, New Jersey. Okay, Henry, what did you like today?
Yeah, I'm not picking that one.
Okay. Yeah.
The ones I like today, I think Chris in South Jersey started off nicely with the special effects in Star Wars. I think that was a linchpin in sci-fi movies there. I also like Drew in Upper Darby's answer of The Sopranos. I feel like it still has a nice cachet today. And Chuck in Newtown Square, the answer of the Beatles and the Ed Sullivan Show. I mean, you could barely hear them play. That's how big and revolutionary it was.
Dan, how about you?
I think the magic, I didn't get to live it, but I really think that answer of Star Wars practical effects, the first time seeing the special effects and what they could do with that, it was a magical moment in Hollywood, and I don't know if it'll be replicated, Dom.
All right. I have to say, though, I love Chuck's call.
Yeah.
He did a lot with it, and I think the Beatles thing did dwarf Elvis even. All right, I'm going to go with Chuck today. Let's put him into the hat, and let's hear the review of the week.
Yeah, so Monday we asked for a name synonymous with a product. Holly in Abington said the Crapper.
Right.
Obviously, Thomas Crapper invented the version of the toilet we use today. Tuesday we asked for local landmarks no longer with us. Drew in Upper Darby said the Philadelphia skyline.
Yes.
Much different than it used to be, for sure. Wednesday, we asked for something associated with Greece or Greek culture. Robert and Ben Salem said the Olympics. Great answer. Yesterday, we asked for that all-time name change and rebrand. Bill in Bucks County said Dunkin' Donuts to just Dunkin', and you just heard it there. Magic will never recreate Chuck in Newtown Square. The Beatles on the Ed Sullivan Show. Or do we go Star Wars? Sorry, I might have misheard that. We went with Chuck, right?
Beatles, right.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Making sure. Anywho, if we put all that into a hat real quick, and we get a drum roll going. Boom. Monday's winner, Holly in Abington. You are this week's winner.
Ah, nicely played. That was she was adamant about it. So she'll get a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. All right, I know Monday we'll be talking Tesla. Saturday, the mobs will be out there. Let's see what they do. You heard Bill at Bucks, too, that will be the, should we call it the counter-protesters or advocates of Tesla or the American way or stop it already. They'll be there, too, over in Warminster. So we'll have all that for you on Monday. Boy, this has to be a grand event. Put this on your weekend calendar. Skinny Joey Merlino's back, and he's opening up on Saturday, apparently, in the shadow of the stadium complex. Skinny Joey's Cheesesteaks is opening up. Will the line be out the door? He's doing that with Joe Little Snuff Perry. Everybody has a nickname here to get in and get a cheesesteak. All right, Richie always next. For 4 big hours, follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Have a great weekend. Come back Monday. Talk Radio 1210, WP.